Call to order the regular meeting of the Lakewood City Council on May 12th, 2025 at 7:02 p.m. Welcome, everyone. To connect with the council meeting online, please use one of the following links at lakewoodspeaks.org or lakewood.org/council videos. For online public comments, you may post comments of any length to lakewoodspeaks.org. That is our online forum for public comments. We will be leaving that open tonight and through 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for any comments that anyone would like to add to this evening's meeting. Whether you sign up for public comment or not, if you decide that you'd rather put it in Lakewood Speaks, that does get added as official part of the meeting record. So feel free, if you're not feeling comfortable getting up in front of the crowd to say a few words, that's another option. Anyone who would like to address the city will be given the opportunity several times throughout this evening's meeting. For many of our agenda items, we will have public hearings for those ordinances that are second reading. That will include the ability for public comment. We also have 2 places on our agenda this evening that are general public comments saved for non-agenda items. So anything that you have that you'd like to share with the City Council, that's your opportunity to do that. So we'll introduce those as they come in front of us. Will the clerk please start us off by calling the roll?
Strom.
Here.
LeBure.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Cruz K.
Here.
Mayak Guerrero.
Here.
Sarazai.
Here.
Sinks.
Here.
Cruz I.
Here.
Lowe.
Here.
Furman.
Here.
Nystrom.
Here.
Mary, you have a quorum.
Thank you. If you're able to stand, we ask you now to please do so for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing after for a moment of silent prayer or reflection.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All members of the City Council have the responsibility to comply with the terms of Charter 7.2B and excuse themselves from voting on any matter in which they determine they have a personal, financial, or business interest. The City Council is empowered by Charter 7.2B to agree by unanimous vote, excluding the member at issue, to excuse any member of the council from voting on a matter in which they determine such member has a personal, financial, or business interest. We have the pleasure tonight of starting off our meeting with not one, but 2 proclamations. And I've got, I didn't do all my homework. For our counselors that will be reading said proclamations. Oh, wait. For our first proclamation, it is for Mental Health Month, declaring May as Mental Health Month. And I understand we do have some audience attendees on this topic. Cameron Malcolm, Manager of Older Adult Services from the Jefferson Center of Mental Health. Do you want to meet me up front? Okay. And are you here? Yeah, you're here. You're here solo, or do you have company? Everybody, okay. So what I will do, I'll meet you up front. We've got one of our counselors will be reading the proclamation. We can take a picture after and then give you the opportunity to say a few words. Okay, all right.
Whereas good mental health is essential to the overall health and emotional well-being of all children, youth, adults, and families, and promotes a healthy community, and whereas nearly 1 in 4 people in our communities experience a mental health condition each year, And whereas more than 17% of individuals in our community experience substance abuse disorder each year, including alcohol and drug use. And whereas the lack of awareness of where to seek support and stigma against mental health conditions and substance use disorders prevents many people from accessing care. And whereas when mental health problems and substance use disorders are detected early and treated, people can recover and maintain a healthy and independent life. And whereas increased focus on the prevention of mental health conditions and substance use disorders among children, adolescents, and adults through screening and early intervention helps reduce suffering and improve lives. And whereas it is imperative that all members of our community, irrespective of age, gender expression, sexual identification, race, culture, ethnic background, education, or economic status, have equitable access to essential care, support, and services for mental health and substance use conditions. And whereas the city of Lakewood is dedicated to improving the health and well-being of its citizens and employees by increasing awareness, ending stigma, and focusing on the integral role of mental health in all our lives. Therefore, I, Wendy Strom, Mayor of Lakewood, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Month and call upon all citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools to recommit our communities and resources to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, providing appropriate and accessible resources for all citizens, and making mental health a priority.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Cameron Malcolm, and I am the manager of Older Adult Services at Jefferson Center. On behalf of everyone at Jefferson Center, from our dedicated board and staff to the wonderful people we have had the privilege to serve, I want to thank you for declaring May as Mental Health Month in the city of Lakewood. Each year, Jefferson Center serves more than 25,000 people, thanks to the power of partnerships with over 150 community organizations like the City of Lakewood. Mental Health Month has been a cornerstone of advocacy since it began in 1949. And now, more than ever, will play a critical role in raising awareness and advocating for the support and funding for life-saving mental health programs and services in our community. The support of our communities ensures that we can continue to provide services to those who need it most in our communities through vital care such as therapy, counseling, substance use services, crisis services, wellness classes, and community training such as mental health first aid and QPR. Maintaining good mental health is a fundamental to overall well-being, and it's something that affects us all. Mental health conditions are common and treatable. In fact, 1 in 4 people will experience a mental health condition in any given year, and challenges in life can impact anyone's mental health. Despite the prevalence of these challenges, many people will not seek help due to stigma or lack of awareness about available resources. This is where your support for Mental Health Month becomes truly invaluable. By raising awareness, speaking out against stigma, and advocating for funding and support, we can create a community where seeking mental health support is met with empathy and understanding, and people can receive the care that they need when they need it. Mental health care is vital to each of us feeling connected and supported, which leads to the strengthening of our communities as a whole. Your support is absolutely vital, and we deeply appreciate your recognition of Mental Health Month and your ongoing partnership with Jefferson Center. None of the important work we do would be possible without your support. Thank you once again for your commitment to mental health awareness and for standing alongside us in creating a healthy, more resilient community. Together, we can make a difference.
Thank you, Ms. Malcolm, and a big thank you to Jefferson Center for all the work that you do And I would like to go one step beyond this for the proclamation. It's not just what you do and all the amazing mental health workers that are across the city of Lakewood, but this is also an opportunity where we as neighbors can step in. And I would encourage you, we know turning on the TV, listening to the news, people around us are having challenges. If you're not having challenges, someone near you is having challenges. So I would invite you to take the opportunity to be aware of who is around you, what they may be experiencing, and be that person, be that shoulder, be that ear that maybe refers them to someone that can help from a professional capacity, or just maybe as a friend to listen in a time of need. So as we move through the month of May, I would encourage everybody to be thoughtful about that as we move through our city, and we're all working to make sure that we live in a good, exciting, fun, thriving, safe place. We all play a role in that. So thank you so much for being here, and we'll move on to proclamation number 2. Okay, proclamation number 2, proclaiming Gun Violence Awareness Day, and for that I have Lindsay McGurk with Moms Demand Action, and we have a different counselor that will be reading this proclamation, but I will likewise come up front. The Lindsay McGurk and team.
Proclamation, National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Whereas gun violence is a national crisis in the United States, claiming 125 lives and injuring over 260 people each day, with more than 19,000 gun-related homicides each year. And whereas Colorado experiences an average of 977 gun-related deaths annually, ranking 21st in the nation, with a rate of 16.2 deaths per 100,000 people, and costing the state $11.7 billion, including $156 million in taxpayer expenses. And whereas the city of Lakewood recognizes the need to reduce gun violence through evidence-based strategies, and local leaders, including mayors, council members, law enforcement, and community organizations, play a vital role in protecting public safety and advancing solutions. And whereas support for Second Amendment rights is compatible with promoting responsible gun ownership and keeping firearms out of the hands of those who would pose a risk to themselves or others. And whereas, in memory and recognition of Hadia Pendleton's 28th birthday, a 15-year-old who was tragically killed in 2013, Moms Demand Action, a national organization, and the city of Lakewood encourages everyone to wear orange on June 6th, 2025, the first Friday in June, to honor all victims and survivors of gun violence. And whereas the color orange, chosen by Hadia's friends because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to others when out of the woods, is a color that symbolizes the value of human life and is a national symbol for gun violence awareness. And whereas the city of Lakewood declares the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day to honor victims and survivors as a sign of unity and resolve to prevent further tragedies and to affirm our collective responsibility to end this public health crisis. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the people of Lakewood, I, Wendy Strom, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim Friday, June 6th as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, given under my hand and seal of the City of Lakewood on this 12th day of May, 2025.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and the community of Lakewood. My name is Corinne Carpenter. I'm a graduate of Columbine High School, and I grew up in Jefferson County going to school. And I now currently live in Lakewood, Colorado, and my kids attend elementary school and middle school in this community, and I hope they continue to go to high school and build their families here someday. We represent Lakewood moms and neighbors for our Jefferson County chapter of Moms Demand. We are part of a national organization, as you heard, as well as a Colorado group. And for Wear Orange Day this year, we are hosting a community walk through Jefferson County Moms Demand and Moms Demand at the Columbine Memorial. A fun walk around the lake to show solidarity, have a moment of reflection, and Nella's frozen yogurt has offered free frozen yogurt to those in the community as well. So if you are at all inclined, June 6th, 6 p.m., Clement Park, if you have the opportunity, we'd love to have you join us. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you all for coming in. All right, and that takes us to our first presentation this evening. We've got the annual report from the Lakewood Advisory Commission. And our speaker being Melissa Coleman, the LAC Chair, Lakewood Advisory Commission Chair, and Glenn Wiedock, the Vice Chair, will both be giving the presentation this evening.
Yeah. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Strom and members of City Council. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. My name is Melissa Colesman, and I am the current chair of the Lakewood Advisory Commission, and I'm joined by...
I'm Glenn Weddock, Vice Chair.
We also have a number of members of the LAC in attendance this evening in this section over here, so maybe they might raise their hands just a little bit to indicate that their presence. We typically provide a recorded presentation prior to the meeting. Our purpose tonight is to not do the entire presentations again, but instead to provide a few highlights for you. And because our two presentations, the annual report of the Advisory Commission, which is required by city code, and the Reimagining LAC presentation, they kind of go together and they flow together. So we'll do both presentations very briefly, and at that point we'll invite our Secretary, Karen Goldman, to join us for the Q&A so that we can answer any questions regarding both presentations. So our current executive committee is pictured here. We have one of our subcommittee chairs with us this evening as well. But you'll see that we have 4 subcommittees: civic awareness, diversity, neighborhoods, and sustainability. Here's our full membership from the Lakewood Advisory Commission. In the brackets next to each name, you'll see the ward that representative resides in. Currently, we have 20 members. We just welcomed 3 new members this month, so we are excited about that. The LAC is able to have up to 25 members. We understand that there are some applications in the queue and hope to welcome even more members. And hopefully some folks in the audience tonight will hear a little bit and become intrigued. Our membership often provides reasons for getting involved related to civic duty and wanting to contribute to their communities. Our representation currently is shown here. Ward 1 is quite well represented, and so
Wow.
the membership does shift from ward to ward, year to year. However, Ward 1 is typically our most highly represented ward. The Lakewood Advisory Commission provides reports to City Council on either topics that are generated by the LAC members or on topics assigned by the Lakewood City Council. Those that are initiated by the LAC do need to be approved by City Council, and those topics need to be related to the topic subcommittee areas of civic awareness, diversity, neighborhoods, and sustainability. I say all of this for the benefit, obviously, of our audience today. In this last year, we completed a project initiated by the LAC on noise pollution, and also one that was a city council assignment, and that will be the subject of the next presentation regarding reimagining the LAC. In our 2023 report, we had indicated that there was a green remodeling project as well. Wanted to make sure that we mentioned that because I believe that was also presented in 2024. And the LAC currently has 2 other assignments right now that we're working on. The first is on tenant and mobile home resident support, and the second is on the W.F. Hayden Park trail use. Our other accomplishments in 2024, the first 2 relate to quality assurance measures for the LAC. The first was we now require the entire LAC to approve project ideas that would come before you. We want to make sure that those project ideas are fully vetted, that all members have an opportunity to understand what's coming forth, present their ideas, and also vote to move that forward to City Council. We also have our LAC review any presentations that come before you, not just our reports, because again, we want to make sure that we are bringing forward the very best work that we can. We also added to our code of ethics regarding misinformation and disinformation. For those who don't know about the LAC, we encourage you to tune in. We have quarterly in-person meetings, but we do meet online every 3rd Wednesday of the month, and all that information is on Lakewood Speaks. So I'll turn this over to my colleague, Glenn Weddock.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Greetings, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be before you here today. We were given by the city an assignment reimagining the LAC with specific focus on 3 questions. How do other peer municipalities use resident-led volunteer groups? What suggested changes to current policies could make this relationship more effective? And what type of restructuring, if any, would increase our effectiveness? It turns out that we are fairly unique. We made an attempt to find other similar organizations, both within Colorado and across the country. It turns out that the LAC, as it is currently constituted in Lakewood, is a fairly unique entity and does not actually line up very well with any other citizens advisory organizations that we were able to contact, and we did a fair amount of research on this point. We did conclude that despite the fact that there are not too many benchmarking opportunities by comparing ourselves with other entities in other cities, we had a number of discussions on how we can improve our functioning and effectiveness, and we do have some recommendations. Our current subcommittee structure is one of those areas. We have, as Melissa mentioned, 4 subcommittees: civic awareness, diversity, neighborhoods, and sustainability. We talked about different ways of reorganizing, because not every assignment, whether it's generated from City Council to us as a research request, or whether it's a quote-unquote grassroots proposal that we generate and suggest to City Council for your approval to do the full research, sometimes there are projects that don't neatly fall within those 4 categories. What we have recommended, and we looked at 3 different options here. I don't know if we have those. No, we don't have those. But we looked at 3 different options, and the one that we recommend, and it was not unanimous, but we had long discussions, and that would be to add the possibility for ad hoc subcommittees that could be formed around a specific subject or topic that perhaps spans multiple other subcommittees or doesn't neatly fit into any of those categories. This might require a relatively minor change to city code, but we think it would give us some additional flexibility in terms of really dealing with important issues that relate to Lakewood goals and that relate to the comprehensive plan. So there is a laundry list of recommendations here in the full report. One, as I mentioned, is to align our work more closely with City Council goals and comprehensive plan. And there are some specific suggestions here. For example, after the City Council has a goals meeting, we think it would be great for the LAC to be read in on that so that we can better align our work with your goals. Also, once the comprehensive plan is adopted, we are dedicated to aligning our activities with that plan. We want to make sure we're all rowing in the same direction here. We do want to also enhance the LAC website. We have a great opportunity here both for civic education and for evangelizing a little bit, getting more people to sign up. As Melissa mentioned, we are currently at 20. We have a couple in the pipeline, but we have a maximum of 25. We'd like to fill that out. So we would love to publish LAC reports on the LAC website. That's beneficial because the work that we do can be shared with a much broader audience if that's done. And we are committing to do the work to make sure that those reports are in an accessible form and can be posted on the website in accordance with LAC guidelines, with Lakewood guidelines for publishing information in an accessible format. We would also like to encourage additional City Council feedback. We just had an example of an annual report, and it was unidirectional. And we would like to suggest more bidirectional sessions whereby you tell us how we're doing. Perhaps the annual report would be an occasion for that. Perhaps we could even do that semi-annually or even quarterly, just to make sure that we're all, again, rowing in the same direction. It might also be beneficial to review our mission statement. It's a pretty good mission statement, but we feel like it may be possible to refine that so that it's more in line with city goals and comprehensive plan goals. We would like to increase our recruitment efforts. I think the changes to the website might help us in that regard. But part of that also is to let people know who are interested in joining the LAC what's involved. Therefore, it might be helpful for the LAC to become more involved in the interview process. And that involvement may extend to a simple informational video to help people understand what's involved. We don't want people signing up, joining up, and then finding out that it was more work than they had anticipated. We would also like to enhance the new member orientation. We do that once a year now, and there are some folks who are on the LAC for several months before they get their new member orientation, which isn't ideal. So maybe doing that twice a year would be a good idea. And finally, we would like to conduct exit interviews. We had, I think, 8 additions last year and 4 departures from the LAC. And we've already proactively begun the process of creating a little exit interview questionnaire so that we can learn more about why people leave in order so that we can make sure that more people join and that we are fully staffed, because there's a lot of work to do and we want to be fully staffed in order to accomplish that. So we look forward to exploring these ideas with you and improving the dialogue and becoming an even closer partner of the City Council in helping make Lakewood a better place. Thank you very much. Karen Goldman is here to answer any questions with respect to the LAC reimagining proposal.
Thank you to all of you, and thank you for your work. This report coming back to us, I'll start, then we'll get out on questions, but I just want to say, for one, thank you to all of you that have spent time as a community member and volunteer on this committee. The recommendations that you guys came up with for this project and others so help us to really go in on a topic, go a little bit deeper, go a little bit broader, and instead of patchworking certain things, this one's a really great example. It really helps us look a little bit higher level as how we want to systematically do some things. So I can't say thank you enough for all the time that you guys put into the research and the conversation, talking through things. And it's great to hear projects that you guys send to us, and also to know that we have the opportunity to send them to you. So thank you, everybody in this audience that has spent your time, that is on the committee or has been. I know many of you that are here tonight, so thank you for that. With that, we'll go ahead, and if we've got any counselor questions for our LAC committee members that are here, go ahead and raise your hands, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Sharizai.
Yes, thank you. Excited to see this information being shared tonight. This request was born out of a request that Councilor Six and I had after hearing from members of the LAC just around wanting to be able to do more. So my wonder is the option 2 with the ad hoc committees. Is this an opportunity if a counselor has something that's really narrow that they're interested in getting? We have some topics tonight on the agenda, for example, that we've spent a lot of time researching on our own. And the hope was that LAC could maybe broaden and be supportive of those efforts and with city councilors. So I'm wondering, is that how we're viewing the ad hocs as part of what their scope of work could be?
Thank you very much for your question. I think you've hit it, right on the nail head. I think that what we have found is that some of our subcommittees are very busy, and that when we get an assignment, to assign it to a particular subcommittee is very easy, but there are other times where it's not so easy, and it kind of falls to the most likely. So I think that by having the ability to go beyond the 4 subcommittees that are the way it's currently structured, we would have the capability to respond to something that maybe doesn't quite fit in to sustainability or civic awareness or any of the others. So yes, and we would be, and I know the members who don't get the opportunity to do a lot of work and to do a lot of research would probably welcome the ability to be able to do that.
I have no other hands up. Councilor Ryan.
I just wanted to say thank you very much. I mean, you've heard it from all this. I mean, you guys really do provide not only a unique advice and role, but a very important one. I mean, we hear from constituents, but you guys are another way to bring issues to us, and so for that, I thank you. I think I'm just going to signal, I also agree that the ad hoc role is very important, and if you have to come to city council each time you want to have an ad hoc committee, that's just cumbersome. It'll just take forever and nothing will get done in the timely fashion. Before we got a little bit more formal on that, the LAC did have ad hoc committee, and I think Councilor LeBure in a former life may have sent one on the broadband to us that we worked on, and we pulled people from all sorts of different ones of the committee, and I think the final product that was ultimately voted on by the LAC as a whole and then ultimately presented here, we saw it had legs, and it went to the voters and it passed. So that's another example of some of the work that you guys have done to inform this city council on very important issues that have legs. So thank you on that, and thank you for the recommendations. I also would like to ask you on the recruitment process, other than being a part of the screening of candidates, do you have some thoughts as to what else the LAC would like to see from a recruitment point of view?
My opinion will just be my own opinion, so perhaps either Melissa or Glenn or both would also like to weigh in. Right now, the way the advertisement goes is we see it in the hub, we see it in looking at Lakewood, we see it in, I'm trying to think where else, but it just basically says there are vacancies available and the positions are open. I think as Glenn mentioned, to create some kind of a video or an information sheet that could be available for people who are interested, to let them know what it is we really do, because I think there are a lot of people out there who don't really know what we do and why we do it. So to have something available ahead of time so that people can make an informed choice as to whether they wanted to join the LAC might also be very, very helpful, in addition to just the advertisements that appear along with all the other vacancies on the other boards that the city of Lakewood has.
No.
So.
And the only thing I would add to that is something that Glenn mentioned in his summary, which was enhancing our website. When I went to look at the website, I could understand in theory what the LAC does, but not seeing any of the products there made it really hard to know really what the LAC does. So we're actually in the process right now of, this doesn't require city council action. We think it's just a good idea, so we're in the process right now of thinking through that so that our fellow citizens can see what we do and see if that's something that they're interested in.
Yeah, this is all infinitely helpful. Thank you very much. And thank you, and this will help on our screening committee, make sure that folks who are applying understand what it is they're doing. So I also want to thank Councilor Shirazai and Sinks for teeing this up so that you could be here tonight.
Councillor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to, in the spirit of feedback, echo what some of my fellow councilors are saying by just thanking you all for the work that you're doing. I think in the short time I've been on council over the last year, a lot of the reports that we've received have been really helpful and have led to some policies that I've been a part of. So that's been really great. And I think on the other side, sometimes we're wondering, like, are we giving them too many things? I think there was like a spate of a couple months where we sent you all like 4 projects last year. And so I think some kind of better feedback channel I would like that too, just to make sure that you all have, the information that you need to feel like useful and like you're making a difference, and like that all the time you're putting into this is making, is supporting the work of the city. And also we can all just better understand each other. And then the other piece, just wanted to echo, I think the website idea is great. I think as a former member of the screening committee, we were lucky that we had some counselors who were formerly a part of the LAC to help people, but I think some more materials would be great. So appreciate all of the work and look forward to continuing to grow that together.
Councillor Roger Lowe.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation and for all the work you do. Just a very quick question, piggybacking on the comment about a website that would allow people to learn more about the LAC. Thank you for the pie chart showing the ward distribution. Very helpful. I'll go on record by saying I hope we get 1 or 2 more folks from Ward 3 on. I know we have a lot of talented folks in Ward 3. In that spirit, because I have heard from 1 or 2 folks who are interested, I noticed that in the application it says, we ask anyone applying to attend a full commission meeting and an individual subcommittee meeting. You can attend live or watch previously recorded meetings. This may be a question for you. It may also be best directed to staff. I could be totally wrong. Just thumbing through Lakewood Speaks, I feel like a lot of the recordings are actually not there, unless I'm just doing something totally wrong. I wonder if they're supposed to be, or if we want to tweak that wording, just because I could imagine some people going and looking for the recording and then wanting to watch it, and then I don't know. Are the LAC recordings all supposed to be up on Lakewood Speaks? Maybe this is a question for Mr. Robb.
Right. Thank you, Councilor Lowe. We were pretty good about doing this early on when I first joined the city, and the IT department and some of our other board and commission liaisons were discussing the use of Zoom and also the retention of board and commission audio and video recordings. And so I would say for the time being, we are not automatically updating the Zoom video links to Lakewood Speaks. Okay, I'll just flag that I'm sure we can deal with this in the screening committee, or there are any number of ways of dealing with this. But I think if we're just in the spirit of encouraging folks to apply, I want to be clear with folks on if the expectation is that they watch the recording, we should have the recordings available somewhere. Or if the expectation is they should attend a meeting live, that's fine too. But I think we should just align on that.
Thank you.
May I just quickly comment on that? By adding our reports, our deliverables to the website, that would go beyond simply providing the Zoom, because watching a Zoom of a meeting may not be super thrilling. But if you can see the reports that we do, that might get people excited about joining up.
I agree. And I think if maybe the solution is we get the site up and folks can review your reports, and then we say, look at the website and then go ahead and apply. Maybe that's sort of the more streamlined approach.
Councillor Matt Guerrero.
I think my questions were mostly asked, particularly, I think, on how to better support on recruitment, what tools were meant, was definitely where I'm a member of on the screening committee, so that is certainly on my mind, and I definitely spend some time trying to recruit, but you all having what you need will also help. But I'm wondering if any of you are willing to speak just a little bit more towards some of the items in your report, and I think also things that are maybe not in the report about the way that council is either being helpful or sort of missing from the work. I think there's something in here about improving opportunities for feedback, and I think that's really wonderful. But I think even if it's just personally as folks who serve, the ways that council can ensure that the LAC is feeling like even if we don't end up adopting everything that happens, that it's still not, that doesn't mean that it hasn't been engaged with, thought about, taken seriously, and that work was still important. And I think that's true. I mean, we also all end up spending lots of time on things that then don't ever become a law, right? That's the nature of the work. And I'm wondering if you all could talk about if there's anything either simple or larger that we should be thinking about as individual counselors or as a full body to just better sort of engage in that space and make sure that the members of the LAC understand that whether or not we're in touch a lot, we are paying attention and we do really value the work that you all are doing.
Thank you. I think that the request to align some of the work we do with your goals and with the comprehensive plan will go a long way towards meeting the requirement of us being helpful to you. And when we talked about feedback, we had a conversation about the feedback that we wanted from City Council. What really was it? Did we want to know where our project that we spent several months on was in the queue? Are you thinking about it? Is it just, was it, as some people might think, a waste of time? It's never a waste of time, by the way, that kind of thing. And what we landed on was that the type of feedback we really were interested in, and we are very interested in, is how relevant is the LAC to the work that you do? I mean, are we doing what you envision we should be doing when you look at the mission statement or when you think about our role in helping you out? That's really the kind of feedback we would like to see. And as Glenn mentioned, maybe you do it as part of the annual report. We make it a back and forth type of thing, or whether we carve out another session, maybe at a study session, to talk about this. But we want to remain relevant. I mean, you've got people who are really, really committed. You should come to our meetings and see the enthusiasm and the energy that's generated when people get excited about either suggesting a project that maybe they've heard when they've walked around their neighborhood, or that from a project that we've received from you. So I think that's important, and I think, as I say, being able to align our work with the things that are important to you, your goals, and the comprehensive plan, once it gets established, would go a long way to help us feel like we're really being helpful and we're doing a meaningful job.
All right, that's all the questions and comments we have. Thank you.
May
again.
I make
Yes.
one last observation? Implementing the recommendations that we have suggested, it's a perfect opportunity for the creation of an ad hoc committee. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming and reporting and doing all the work to get us to tonight. So thank you very much. And for council, what we will be doing, this actually comes at a really great time. We just coming out of our planning retreat, talking about our goals, did discuss creating a new committee, which would actually potentially be a new board or commission. So we will be looking, and we also have other committees that have had that question or request to have ad hoc committees. So what this will do is be a really great opportunity to inform us as the council looks broader at everything this summer. So thank you very much for helping to inform that work.
Thank you.
All right. This is the first point in tonight's meeting where the public is invited to address the City Council, and this particular segment of public comment is on items that are not on this evening's agenda. This is the initial period of public comment and allows up to 10 speakers to provide comment on any item that is not on the agenda. We do, in this part of public comment, prioritize those with special needs, and speaking during this initial period does require signing up to speak with the city clerk in advance of this evening's meeting or any Monday night meeting. During this initial period, we do not allow for pooling of time. Pooling of time will be available in the latter part of the evening under public comment and also with any of our agenda items. What that means is if you have 4 people that are here and want to say something similar, or you have 3 people that don't want to talk and 1 person that's very enthusiastic, then you can get 10 minutes for all 4 of you. That means we're giving up the opportunity for the 1 person to go up front because we've all basically given our time to the speaker. That we won't be doing in our initial period this evening, but you may see it as we move through the night. The goal of public comment is to create an environment that welcomes all stakeholders to share their thoughts and concerns. Whether comments are left on lakewoodspeaks.org or comments are being made here in chambers, I do ask that all comments be directed to the City Council, that anyone in attendance respect the decorum of council chambers. Again, that is on lakewoodspeaks.org. Would ask that you respect the decorum. And I will also add that you come up with an air of feeling and a presence of civility. There are people in this room right next to you that may disagree, but we are all very passionate about the community that we live in, and we need to honor everybody's voice. So I will ask that with that, we're not doing any audible applause, claps, boos, things like that. We really want to make sure that everybody gets heard while we're up here. This is also during public comment, whether it's this section or others following through, this is our opportunity to listen to you. City Council is here with ears open. This is not a back and forth exchange. So if you do have questions, would like to have some back and forth exchange, I would encourage you to reach out to your counselors independently. You can call us. We have phone numbers and websites available, or I'm sorry, emails available on the website. So tonight we are here to listen to you. So for anyone attending virtually, I will also just re-add lakewoodspeaks.org is available. You can go in and add public comment on that for any of our items that will be open until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you have any handouts this evening, I would ask you to leave those with our city clerk, Mr. J. Robb, and he will distribute those after tonight's meeting to the City Council for review. So I will call the names and we will get us started. As you come up, I would ask that you please, you'll state your name and your address, or your name and your ward, and then we'll get your clock started for 3 minutes. And first up, I have Patrick Fox, then Joan Poston, and then Lindsay Driver.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Fox, Ward 2, and I have some detrimental information that may be important to some of you. You all are to read Matthew chapter 24 to the aspects of what is going to be happening to our current environment. The changes of these things are a natural cause. There is no climate change. We just accelerated the issues with our living our lives the way we so tall. These aspects are detrimental because I'm claiming to be a prophet of death. These aspects that we have done to our planet all equal to those aspects. I have tested this on many levels with many different states, and you guys are next. That's where we're going with this. The aspect of our needs outweighs the aspect of our culture can provide. It's mathematically impossible to continue living like this in such detrimental things. Why I state Matthew 24, for those who do believe, understand, these are the things that will lead to the end of days. The earthquakes will cause cascades across the world, do you understand, waking other volcanoes, and fundamentally, since our planet is hotter, heat expands, correct? So that causing the crust of the earth to expand, causing these scenes to be more detrimental. These scenes have already affected your environment from famines, droughts, diseases. If you were to Google the 10 plagues of Egypt, I own the world. Do you understand? Not you. No. War, famine, disease, death. I don't do these things. You are the entitlement to your own downfall. I have been here watching humanity for years with my mental health problems, being homeless, being subjected to the disrespect and manipulation your communities feel are so necessary, and the separation and dividingness is not making any progress at all. Mind you, the rules we all follow have led us to this. What's the point? And yes, I do not follow the Christian or aspect of religion or the Judaism, because this has happened several times in history, where the last one, which was you all claiming Jesus, you crucified him. Any of you seen The Chosen? I didn't think I want to relive that in my life. Do you understand me? But I got it in one way or format. You've taken my family, you've subjected me to all kinds of horrible things that I would never do to you on a standpoint. As a society, the men, the women, and yes, I am not good enough to be a saint, and I'm surely not good enough to be with the sinners. I am alone in this situation, hence why I'm claiming to talk to God. The best aspect is to relate this to Moses. I speak to his aspects and all the creatures that you have stomped on for that. Other than that, guys, I will wrap this up. I hope you have a good day. I will leave this information for you to choose what you want, but I'm not wrong in this. We should prepare ourselves for the best and be an example to the entire nation about all this. Other than that, I'll talk to you later, guys.
Thank you,
You've made me the martyr in this. I promise you this.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Joan Poston.
Hello, my name is Joan Poston. My address is 10642 West Vassar Place. And I am here because I'm not a prophetess, but oftentimes people think I have great insight into what is happening. So, what is happening in Lakewood? I've been to 2 ward meetings lately, and we've been subjected to a presentation about zoning laws. And one of the zoning laws that I'm considering very confusing is to dedicate a new means of zoning, and this is your community resource facility. And for the life of me, I can't quite figure out why this zoning needs to happen, how long this zoning is going to be, and I can only make maybe some misguided thoughts about it. Right now, we're in the process of looking at Emory and making it a school, buying it and turning it over to the Action Center. And I'm thinking that this zoning for the community resource facility would be applied to this piece of property. And it means that perhaps never would this property be anything but a community resource center, which I'm not sure I know exactly what it is. So that's what I'm here. Why? And the other thing that I'm going to bring forth, because I signed up for this as an ADA situation, and right now I am in the middle of some major health issues, and I don't have time to wait and nor the energy. So I'm going to tell you this. Tonight you're going to vote on the bend, and I am going to strongly suggest that you do it. Absolutely, positively do this. Because until it gets done, none of us can fight with any kind of teeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have Lindsay Driver. Oh, sorry, thank you.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I had to write this down so I don't mess it up. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I am here to address a very serious issue affecting my neighborhood that's escalated dramatically over the past weekend. I'm nervous. Several days now, I've been voicing my concerns regarding the neighboring property that has become a hub for disturbing and dangerous activities. This house, located 2 doors down from my home and across the street from a high school in Ward 2, is occupied by individuals who are hoarding and enabling drug use. They've been bringing in trailers and campers onto the front lawn where drug users openly consume substances without any regard for the law or safety of our community. Despite my efforts to warn the law enforcement of the explicit open-air drug usage occurring there, the response unfortunately has been inadequate. This past Saturday, as fate was trying to signal the severity of the situation, the house absolutely exploded into flames. While I was relieved that no one was seriously harmed, as I know, the alarming reality is that chaos is surrounding this property, and it did not cease with the fire. Just last night, so that was Saturday, just last night, Sunday night, our neighborhood endured yet another significant fire at the same location. I was informed that one of the offenders has been arrested, yet the illegal activities in the lawn have persisted unabated. Law enforcement has expressed that they feel their hands are tied, unable to take stronger action until the building code inspector condemns the property or places no trespassing signs. My house truly almost caught on fire, twice. I cannot stress enough how dire the situation is. The delays in taking decisive action are causing real harm to my neighborhood, instilling fear in residents. We're about 100 strong right now, where I'm representing us. We are seeing needles littering the streets, even across from the school grounds, which is unacceptable. It is critical to act swiftly to mitigate these risks before they lead to further destruction of our homes and endanger the lives of our community. I hope you care about me and my neighborhood, and do not allow for another fire or explosion. If there is another incident, it will be because action was not taken when you were made aware of this issue. We pay our tax dollars, and we vote for you, and we have a high expectation that you will help us pull through. This is an emergency. While I understand that Denver is grappling with significant issues related to homelessness and substance abuse, we must prioritize the safety of otherwise innocent neighborhoods. I implore you to take action and get the city involved as soon as possible, ideally by tomorrow morning, to collaborate with local law enforcement in addressing this pressing matter and removing the squatters from this community. If we do not witness swift and effective intervention following numerous reports from concerned citizens, I fear that we will be at a loss for how to protect our community moving forward. Thank you so much for your time and attention to this urgent issue. Together, I hope that we can work to secure my neighborhood and restore any sense of safety for all its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we then have Johnny Hatton, I think. Hatch. Then Ariana Kaiser, and then Rob Karatsky. And I see we have a number of folks that have joined us this evening for public comment. So for safety of everyone here, I'm going to ask you to please go ahead and join us and have a seat so we're not blocking doors and having the signs up with you and so that everyone can see behind you. So I'd ask you to please come in, go ahead and have a seat, and then Mr. Hatch, your 3 minutes will be set.
All right. Very similar to Lindsay, I share very similar concerns, but I'd also like to call out all the laws that are being broken. So Saturday night on ADU at 8000 West 10th Avenue and Allison Street, right across Jeffco Public or Jeffco Open School, I believe, exploded. It literally shook houses blocks away. Like, my elderly neighbors were outside talking to me over the weekend, and they were afraid for their lives. 2 days later, still littered with garbage. Vehicles, people using heavy drugs. I have it on camera. I showed police in person, and it hasn't been condemned or cleared out or anything. It's not an active crime scene, although there's supposed to be an arson investigation. So you can go check it out yourselves. There might even be a third fire there tonight because it's been both of the last nights that it's been on fire, and we're pretty concerned. So I'm about to list over 25 laws that have been broken by them. So being a registered sex offender living in the first apartment building from the Jeffco Open School parking lot, this is the owner of the property across the street that exploded. And they're letting it be overrun by dangerous drug addicts, and they are also allowing them to cause an explosion on a Saturday night, and then subsequently again on Sunday night because none of them were arrested. Open air hard drug use and selling across from a school. Public defecation in view of children. Littering a yard with vehicles and fire hazards, including a gas tank I saw on my way here, right on the front lawn that kids in like second grade walk by alone on the way to school. They're also driving these cars. I watched them drive around and pull up on hard drugs right after they just smoked hard drugs. They're stealing and parking grocery carts full of junk in the same lawn. They tore down a fence with a neighboring property. They're doing all this 10 feet from two elderly people on hospice. So these people are bedridden, and they literally were 10 feet from the explosion and the fire. And then I watched the videos, too, of what the police, the EMS, and the firefighters had to go through on Saturday night. They literally had to saw the roof off of the ADU. And, I mean, this is all literally across, it's within 1,000 feet of a school. It's exposing children to dangerous behavior. There's been a lot of theft, a lot of vandalism, and property damage in the neighborhood recently. I found a backpack. My air conditioner was tipped over recently. That cost me hundreds of dollars to fix. It had weapons in it, a 10-inch buck knife, a sawed-off pellet gun, and the police came and said, we're just going to destroy it. There's nothing we can do. And then they're instilling fear in thousands of tax-paying citizens. I've talked to every neighbor who's like outside wondering what's going on, if it's going to get cleaned up. So if terrorizing elderly women and children in a family neighborhood next to a school isn't enough to get arrested in Lakewood, then I guess we would need like a complete overhaul or something, because I don't know who's going to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ariana Kaiser.
Good evening, council members. I'm Ariana Kaiser. I'm an Iber neighborhood homeowner and resident and educator. I'm here for the same reason, because just days ago, on May 10th, a drug lab exploded at 8000 West 10th Ave. This happened right in a residential neighborhood directly next to a pre-K through 12th grade school. That is children as young as 3 years old walking past this area every single day. Let that sink in. A confirmed drug lab in plain view of children in a school zone, and it happened during prom. And what's more shocking is the silence that followed. No public statement, no visible cleanup, no police presence, no accountability, and just an explosion, then business as usual, as if our children don't matter. As a resident, I am alarmed. As a neighbor, I am angry. And as someone who watches children walk these streets daily, I am outraged. We have people in the neighborhood suffering from drug addiction, severe mental health crisis, wandering the streets high, unpredictable, and aggressive. And while I do believe in compassion and support services, I should not have to beg for the basic right to feel safe. In Iber, I see children walking to school. There's Jefferson County Open School, there's Lakewood High School, and Iber Elementary as well. I see residents like myself who are hesitant to walk our dogs, knowing we will be harassed by individuals clearly struggling with severe substance use. And now I don't feel safe in my own home. I worry about what could happen when I'm gone. What might I come back to, or what might happen to my neighbors? That's not how anyone should live. You need to understand, this is not just a neighborhood safety issue, it is a child safety emergency. It is a school zone, and the city is failing to protect it. I've called Lakewood Police multiple times, and I keep being told an officer will drive by when they can, but I'm not seeing it. No patrols, no presence, no follow-up. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do as a resident, but the city isn't doing its part. So I know you can't give me answers, but I'm asking. What are you doing to protect our children? What is the response to a drug lab explosion steps away from where children learn and play? There are high school students at that school who have off-campus, and I don't know if that's safe to do for our high school students anymore. How are you allowing this to continue, and how is the city justifying inaction? What are you doing to remove hazardous waste and ensure neighborhood safety? And how is the city protecting law-abiding residents? We all want to live in a city that is safe, compassionate, and responsive. That starts with you. Please show us you're listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Karatke. Then we have Roger Clark and then Chris Fisher. Thank you, everyone, for remaining silent. I would ask you, while we're waiting for our next speaker, if we had an emergency up here and people needed to vacate, can they get out safely? If you're blocking the ability for someone to get out of this room safely, I would again ask you to go ahead and find a seat. And Mr. Krotke, your time is
I just want
ready
to
to
say
start.
I have nothing as deep as that was just now, so very interesting. My name is Rob Krotke. I live at 320 Wright Street in Ward 1. I'm actually here on behalf of some homeowners who live around the Wright Street Park, which is in Ward 1, not far from 6th and Union. At the moment, the park is largely an open space with an outdated playground on the north side and gravel running track that loops around the perimeter. But sometime this month, they're going to begin construction project to upgrade and redevelop the entire park with a new playground, dog park, a whole bunch of circular sidewalks, grass, other amenities, which is really nice. I live in a townhome that backs right up against the park on the west side, and up until a couple months ago, I was on the HOA board of my complex. And because of this, I've talked to a lot of my neighbors. I know a lot of people that live there, and have had a lot of conversations with folks about the park redevelopment. The general mood is that people are pretty happy that the city's decided to give the park some attention and an upgrade. But I'm here to kind of express that there's some concerns about from those of us who live around the park that it's being a little over-designed. The biggest concern is that the amount of trees that they're going to plant. The designer has told me that there's 221 trees going to the park, and other folks have heard 240. The park is only about 10 square acres, and so that's about more than 20 trees per acre, which will turn the park from the really beautiful open space it is right now, with really nice views that we all like, essentially into a forest. The other addition is a lot of circular sidewalks at the expense of a removal of a gravel running track. Even every day, joggers are out running on that track. My house overlooks it, so I see a lot of people out there jogging, and I've spoken to a lot of them, and they're a little bit bummed that they're taking the track away and installing a lot of sidewalks which are loopy and not really conducive to running. While they were still in the phase of doing the development, I launched a change.org petition online to request that the park be kept about 75% open space. I see I'm running out of time here. Got a lot of response from the people, a lot of signatures from the people around there. But by and large, the committee did reach out to residents, and get a lot of their taking a lot of their considerations. I'm trying to summarize here. Sorry. Oh shoot! This thing's screwing me up here. I'm going to run out of time. Anyways, we're just basically asking Ward 1, I was trying to get in touch with the folks there to see if maybe they could kind of scale back a little bit of a couple of things. Everything else is really kind of nice, but it'd be nice if they, especially the trees and some of the stuff that they've kind of over-designed a bit, the people there that are living around it, that are homeowners, are actually very concerned that it's going to be a little bit too much of an amusement park. So that's all.
Thank you for sharing that.
As I was
Thank
saying,
you
not
for
as
coming.
serious as the other stuff that came up here.
Roger Clark.
Hello, I'm Roger Clark. I live at 2215 Teller Street, and I'm kind of echoing what they're saying about 10th Avenue, or 10th Street. We have a park, Aviation Park, which there's at least 20 people camped there now. So fortunately, when they leave your place, they're going to come over there. So it's like whack-a-mole. Y'all just keep whacking them, and they move, and they move, and they move. Nothing's really being done about it. We had this gentleman come try our door at 12 o'clock in the morning. I have to be at work, I have to get up the next day at 5. So we call the police. We run him off. They don't find him. And so next day, the neighbors' kids are screaming. And so what's going on is he fell asleep, I guess, in their chicken coop. He had chickens on him. High as a kite, had several warrants out for his arrest, although he was roaming around the neighborhood trying to get into people's homes. Fortunately, we're also scared that we lock our doors religiously. We don't leave any bikes out. Make sure the garages are shut. I just don't feel safe anywhere. It's a constant problem and that's not being addressed. But I think that pretty much settles it. So hopefully it gets cleared up there. It's a problem all the way. I drive up Colfax every day for work. I see so many camps. I'm like, why is that just allowed to happen? Why are RVs? I see the same RV constantly all over the place, being moved, whack-a-mole, just moved around, not being addressed. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chris Fisher. And then Alexi Fernandez.
My name is Chris Fisher. I live in Ward 2, along with several of these other people here in attendance tonight. I've wrote a statement in preparation of this, and I would like to read it out. So, distinguished members of City Council, thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak on what is becoming a growing epidemic in the 2nd Ward of Lakewood. I'm a seasoned cybersecurity engineer and have worked with police for over 20 years in chain of custody and providing evidence and solving crimes, particularly cyber crimes. So believe me when I say that I am seeing a large gap in what should be administered from our law enforcement. I also see that Chief Smith is in attendance here tonight, so I would like to specifically note that this is squarely on his shoulders. At this moment, they're noting criminals and people falling asleep at their house. Our home was robbed for the equivalent of $30,000, and I was robbed at knife point by one of these drug addicts. So, and I have no sympathy for them. I have no ill will towards them, but I do want this to be taken care of. The response I've gotten from our local police department has been anything but helpful. Everything from being talked down upon while asking for updates to being told there were more important crimes going on. And, to keep out my own eye for my own merchandise to solve my own crime. That doesn't seem like a response that should be considered acceptable from a police department who we pay our tax dollars to protect us and make sure that crimes get resolved in a prompt and swift manner. While I do not dispute the validity that there is a lot more important things going on than a burglary and a robbery at knife point, I would state that, I don't think that we're getting what we need to get as citizens here. And I'm pretty sure that that's been echoed very clear to all of you by the 4 or 5 people who have spoken about this now. And this is not just the neighborhood of 10th, this is encompassing almost the entire north area of Lakewood. Everything from Colfax and Wadsworth, maybe even Colfax and Sheridan, all the way down to Carr, Garrison, beyond. So I've been told that this is due to a jurisdictional issue. As I understand it, a lot of these drug addicts camp out on the north side of our light rail, and essentially the RTD sergeants that I've spoke to and the uniformed officers and sergeants that I've spoke to from the Lakewood Police Department seem to pass the buck back and forth. There seems to be an argument over, who shows up and when. So essentially what I've been told is Lakewood Police Department will not go and monitor that area, will not check for crime unless requested to do so by RTD. That appears to be an issue of policy to me, and it is for that reason solely that I bring this to your attention, along with these people, because this needs to be resolved in a quick and prompt manner. As she said, preferably tomorrow. It would be great to start having a little bit more response. I've left 2 voicemails for him. He won't even call me back. So, this is, it's too much. But I appreciate your time. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Alexi Fernandez, and I'm a proud resident of Ward 2. I recently heard someone say you can't say keep Colfax in Colfax, but the truth is Colfax is in Lakewood. And when we talk about the Emory site, we're not just talking about real estate, we're talking about an opportunity, a chance to bring a resource navigation center to a location that actually makes logistical sense, instead of placing it once again on the shoulders of Ward 2. So let's stop making decisions behind closed doors. Let's have public discussions right here, right now, with transparency and accountability. Ward 2 has been taken advantage of for too long. Speaking of Ward 2, my ward representatives voted for a $500,000 special election to decide if Lakewood was tired of developers paying their way out of parkland. But what would it accomplished, or what's the point of a vote if the council just overturns the will of the people? We live in a home rule state. Colorado law would have backed us. This upcoming election in November will be more than a race. It will be a referendum. I'm running to protect our green spaces and to fight corruption. And what I mean by that is getting big money out of politics. Real change cannot happen without that. And by implementing real transparency and accountability, making governments more efficient and responsive to the people. And while I have the floor, I want to acknowledge it's National Police Week. It's sad that the council didn't acknowledge it. My father was a proud NYPD officer in New York City's Manhattan Lower East Side for over 30 years. He didn't always get the respect he deserved, but he loved his job. To the officers here and everywhere, I see you and I honor your service. Just please, no more arresting judges or mayors, okay? That being said, more recent events shows us that we are unprepared. The Common Council is 5 steps behind when we should be ahead of it. What happens when the raid lands here? We should have addressed issues like this long ago. To the residents of Lakewood, I want to hear from you. My number is 720-512-0536. And also, I want to thank the people in the back. Keep standing, keep fighting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that concludes our initial public comment for this evening. We will move on to the consent agenda. Councilors, do we have anyone that wishes to pull any items from this evening's consent agenda? All right, seeing none, will the clerk please read the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda is comprised of the following items. Item 9A, R 2025-21, endorsing the 2025 through 2029 consolidated plan and establishing projects and project funding levels in the 2025 one-year action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Item 9B, R 2025-22, approving award of funds under 2025 Lakewood Community Grant Program. Item 9C, R 2025-23, approving award of funds under the 2025 Lakewood Youth Programs Grant. Item 9D, R 2025-24, accepting the rules and regulations of the Planning Commission as adopted by the Planning Commission on July 21st, 2021. Item 9E, R 2025-25, reappointing Greg Sakura to the Metro Water Recovery Board of Directors. Item 9F, R 2025-26, recognizing the outstanding service of City Attorney Allison McKinney Brown and authorizing a salary performance increase in acknowledgement thereof. Item 10, approving minutes of the City Council meetings, Special City Council meeting, March 24th, 2025, Special City Council meeting, April 14th, 2025, Special City Council meeting, May 5th, 2025.
Thank you. You can take a breath now. Okay, we do have public comment on items on the consent agenda that are resolutions and/or meeting minutes. I don't have anyone signed up to speak on the consent agenda up here. Do we have anyone that would like to add and speak to tonight's resolutions and/or meeting minutes? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and close public comment. May I please have a motion for the consent agenda?
On the consent agenda?
I came here today because we need to listen to the earth and listen to our hearts and listen to what it consents to.
I'm sorry, ma'am, it doesn't sound like this is on the agenda. We
I'm
do
gonna
have
say what
general
I'm gonna
public
say,
comment later
and
this evening.
I'm going to say what I'm going to say because I've got 2 minutes and 39 seconds and I'm not going to stay longer than that. But you all know.
I'm sorry,
you
ma'am,
all know
this is public
in your
comment.
heart if you are standing for your heart and the earth and the humans, or if you're standing with your greed and your pocketbooks. And this is the time to stand up and decide what side you are on. Are you here for the human race, for the earth, this beautiful planet that sustains us? Or are you here to just line your pocketbooks? Start thinking with your heart and acting with it. It is your duty. And if you don't, there are going to be repercussions. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion.
No, you did not.
Mayor Shum, I move for the approval of the city council minutes and for the adoption of resolutions, all of which are introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Before we cast a vote, do we have any council questions? Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
Yeah, I just wanted to really briefly thank Miss Emily Andrews and her team in resource development. I had, again, the opportunity in my role as Mayor Pro Tem to sit on the community grants program and just really appreciate it's such a wonderful opportunity to sort of highlight all the great work that comes into our community and appreciate all the staff time that goes into getting us organized and getting all of these important dollars out into our community. So just thank you for that.
Councilor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask potentially a brief question on the community grant program. We had a couple of public comments with some concern about some essentially like the religious nature of some of the folks who are receiving grants, and just wanted to maybe get some more clarity about kind of the availability of those services. Everyone? Yeah.
Yeah, everybody had to be a 501c3, which we know for religious purposes, you wouldn't. That is a different consideration. I think that unfortunately those comments were a little bit misinformed on public comment, and so I would encourage that member of the community to get a little bit better informed, deeper into the programs of those agencies that were named. The community grants program is comprised of a number of community members, staff, and members of city council, and so there is a thorough vetting that they go through. These have been trusted partners of ours, so I was a little disappointed by that because I do think that that is like an oversimplification based on the naming function of the agencies.
All right, seeing no more questions, we'll go ahead and cast your vote, please. Okay, and that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Moving forward, will the clerk please read item 11A into the record?
Item 11A, O 2025-16, declaring the intent of the City of Lakewood to acquire interest in property for the public purposes for construction of pedestrian improvements along Sheridan Boulevard between Jewel Avenue and Florida Avenue, and authorizing negotiations with property owners, acceptance of conveyance instruments, and condemnation of real property interests, subject to further council approval.
Thank you. And for those of you that are here in the room following specific agenda items, I'll take a moment just to let you know that Lakewood Speaks, you heard me talk about it earlier, It is our online public forum to capture public comments. It is also where we put a lot of the supporting documents that go with each of the items that we're talking about tonight. So if you've got any questions, would like any more information on any specific items, lakewoodspeaks.org, and then select tonight's meeting, and you'll see under each agenda item, lots of information, maybe sometimes more than you might want to read, unless you're awake at 3 a.m. So with that, we do not have a presentation that will be given to us this evening in person, but there was a presentation that was posted on lakewoodspeaks.org for this particular topic. I will go ahead and open the public hearing for this, and I do not have anyone that is signed up here to speak on this first agenda item that is not on our consent agenda. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on the acquisition and improvements Sheridan Boulevard between Jewel and Florida? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and close public comment. And with that, do we have any counselor comments or questions? Seeing none, may I please have a motion?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2025-16 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Before we cast votes, do we have any council questions, or I'm not sure we can amend this one so much, but any council questions? All right, let's go ahead and move forward. Please cast your vote. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Will the clerk please read item 11B into the record?
Item 11B, O-2025-17, authorizing a supplemental appropriation to the 2025 annual budget in the amount of $180,000 from the federal seizure funds for vehicle purchases and equipment.
Okay, thank you. And I will now open the public hearing for this item. Do we have any initial questions from council? Seeing none, I also do not have anyone signed up for public comment on this topic. Do we have anyone that would like to speak on this topic? All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And I do now have one hand up, Councilor Matt Guerrero.
I have a very straightforward question on this particular issue. The request for funds for the additional CMAT vehicles implies that we do not have sufficient access to these kinds of vehicles and this equipment at this moment. I just want to ask that question plainly because I had a couple of questions from constituents.
Thank you. I'd ask Commander Pickard to respond.
Hello, my name is John Pickard. I'm the commander. I'm oversee CMAT. We have enough vehicles, but as they get over 100,000 miles, prior to my taking over at CMAT, CatPaw, part of their grant was to pay for vehicles. They stopped that a number of years ago. So our vehicles, it's on the agency to supply the vehicles to the detectives. And some of those have become a hardship on those agencies to replace the vehicles. So they're exceeding 130,000 miles. Our Lakewood detective, his truck now has about 140,000 miles and is starting to have a lot of difficulty in trying to maintain it. So what I'm trying to do is use our seizure money to replace those vehicles, to take the hardship off of those different agencies so they don't have to replace those vehicles.
Great, thank you so much. And I think that then my second question is, since this allocation is coming from not our general fund, are there other items, like what was, essentially what was this money originally going to be allocated for? Why does this need to be a reallocation?
It's, Lakewood is our fiscal agent. So we have 11 agencies come together attacking auto theft in the metropolitan area. And so we have to follow the fiscal rules of the city of Lakewood. So what it is the funds have been there prior to an investigation that occurred in 2018, and it was part of a federal seizure fund where we worked with agencies across the country on this particular case, and we were awarded these funds, and they've been just sitting there. And the training that I went through, they said that when you are rewarded these trainings, you really need to spend them. And they're supposed to be used to help to deter crime, help cooperation between federal and local authorities to combat serious criminal events. And that's what this event was. And so the money's been sitting there, and I found this was the best purpose for those funds, is to use it to acquire vehicles, which are some of the most expensive equipment items that we have, to alleviate that burden from the agencies sending their folks out to the task force.
So this money is not something that you already had a specific project or piece of equipment that you were prepared to spend it on, and it was something we already had, and it's been a matter of consulting with your various stakeholders, collaborators, your expertise to ensure that it's being spent on the right thing, and then this is the process that has to happen.
Right. It has just been sitting in an account.
Great. Thank you so much for answering those questions.
You're welcome.
Counselor Nystrom.
Thank you. Can you I had asked a question in another meeting about this. Can you just clarify for me the types of vehicles that you're going to be purchasing? My understanding was these were like undercover agents that would be using these vehicles, and so they're kind of like not premium cars or not brand new cars, or
we call them covert vehicles, so they're not necessarily undercover, but they are vehicles we want to blend in, because what we do is we'll go out and we'll locate a vehicle that is stolen that's occupied. Because of our no pursuit policy, we'll try to keep an eye on it with vehicles that don't stand out until that vehicle comes to a stop. Then they can approach and then take that person into custody. So we don't want vehicles that kind of stand out. So we don't have the orange, that really stands out. It's what blends in. So we try to get vehicles that may be a year to 2 years with low mileage, so that we can get a lot of usage out of them, but they blend in with the rest of a lot of the cars that are there. So we don't want something that pokes out, and so we can continue to use them on our different type of surveillance operations. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, that helps. I guess in light of that, though, these could be hybrid or electric vehicles, could they not?
I would say electric, no. I've got a number of reasons for that. Hybrid, yes. Electric, because our officers these are take-home vehicles. They put a lot of miles on them, and they're subject to call-out. And so if they were to get called out and that vehicle didn't get a chance to recharge, it would be out of service too long. We've had surveillances that have gone on for several hours, and vehicles have had to drop out, refuel to get back in. And we cannot take vehicles being dropped out of that. Another piece of the electric vehicle is that they look really cool, and they are unique, and they pop, and they'll get to know these vehicles. As it is, we had a case where we arrested some people so long they started nicknaming our detectives because they got to know them so well, and they get to know our vehicles. We want the vehicles that just don't pop, and so that's why the electric vehicle wouldn't work. Hybrid, we were working with. We need to work through the fiscal rules of Lakewood, so we would work with our shops to use our providers, our vendors, and if there is an appropriate hybrid vehicle, I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have no more hands up. May I please have a motion?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2025-17 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any other council comments or questions? All right, please go ahead and cast your vote. And that passes 10 yeses and 1 no, the no being Councilor Mayotte Guerrero. Thank you, Commander Picard, for being here to walk us through that this evening and for keeping our streets safer. All right, next topic. Will the clerk please read item 11C into the record?
Item 11C, O-2025-18, setting the salaries of municipal court judges.
Okay, I will go ahead and open the public hearing on this. I do not have anyone signed up to speak on public comment with regards to this issue. Anyone want to speak that did not previously sign up on this issue? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And do we have any council questions? Seeing no hands, may I please have a motion?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2025-18 on second and final reading.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other council questions or concerns before we vote? Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
I just want to put out as a member of the Judges Salary Committee that it was a really great discussion, and always getting the annual reports is really wonderful to see. And I don't know if any of my fellow committee members want to speak about it, but we really do have municipal judges that are working really hard to figure out how to support the community and work in collaboration with our police and with our mental health services and with community advocates to be as both creative but also just and as focused on rehabilitation rather than just on punishment in accountability. And I think that's really impressive. And as always, it's an honor to serve on that briefly meeting but really informative committee.
Thank you, and thank you to all of our council members that serve on this committee. It is one from every ward that gets together every year to go through that report. And our chair, Councilor Sinks, thank you for your efforts. And no, not the chair. Who's the chair? Okay, to our mysterious chair, thank you for leading these efforts. All right, and with that, let's go ahead. We have a motion on the floor in a second. Cast your votes. All right, and that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Mr. Clerk, will you please read item 11D into the record?
Item 11D, R 2025-27, approving the service plan for the Bend at Lakewood Metropolitan District.
Okay, thank you very much. And we do, for this one actually and the next topic that are both related, we do have staff presentation that will be a part of this evening. What I will do is kind of explain how we're going to walk through this because it is a little bit complicated. So our next two agenda items are with regards to one particular development, and yet they are addressing two different financing tools that relate to that development. This is also a time where we go into, it's a quasi-judicial hearing, which means that the city council up here is taking on the role as a judge. So we are listening to the information that will be put forward by staff, the information that will be put forward by the applicant, and then also information that will be put forward by the community by virtue of public comment. So what we will do is we're going to move through this first, where we will hear the metropolitan district portion. Then we will hear, and that will go through, we'll have the applicant presenting their information, staff presenting their information. We'll also do public comment relating to that. Then we will separately, before council gets involved, we will move to the Lakewood renewal area. And that again is quasi-judicial hearing. We will do the same thing, starting with applicant, staff, then public comment. And then we will all roll it up into one, because inevitably we will have council questions that may come up during Metro District that might actually be more urban renewal area question and or vice versa. So we wanted to make sure that we had the ability to be somewhat fluid through the question and answer phase. So I hope that made sense. If it didn't, just follow and we'll keep moving through. And I'll do my best to try to make sure that everybody understands the steps as we move forward. So with that, who do I need to hand the baton to start us off this evening? Mr. Parker? Okay. So you're up. Thank you.
Good evening. So you've heard in a study session a little bit about this project, and you're being asked to do two things tonight, review and approve a metro district and review and approve an urban renewal district. So I believe tonight we'll start with the applicant's presentation for the metro district.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Strom and council members. You have a full agenda tonight, so thank you for making time for our project tonight. My name is Scott Caldwell, and I'm the market leader and executive vice president for Lincoln Property Company here in Denver. I want to just take a couple minutes to introduce a couple key team members we have on our project this evening, and then I'll just give a really brief overview of Lincoln as a company, and then I'll turn it over to Ali to do a little overview of our project. In terms of our team, Ali Meister is my colleague at Lincoln and is our project development lead. And again, as I mentioned, she will be giving a quick overview of the project this evening. Kimberly Horn has been acting as our civil engineer and traffic consultant. And we have Jeff Plank here this evening. If there's some questions regarding traffic, he'll be available to answer those questions this evening. Scott Waldemeyer is with with Vertex, and he's our environmental consultant. And Scott will be here, is here, thank you for being here, to answer any questions related to the environmental conditions of the site and protocols as we move forward. In terms of Lincoln, thank you, Ali. In terms of Lincoln as a company, Lincoln's recognized as a top 10 national developer and a full-service real estate and operating company based in Dallas, Texas. We're privately held and formed by Mac Pogue and Trammell Crow in 1965. So this year we're celebrating our 60th anniversary as a company. And we've got a strong history in executional excellence and a commitment to ESG and sustainability. Over this time, we've developed over 160 million square feet of commercial projects around the globe, really ranging from lots of different types of projects: office, retail, mixed use, housing, industrial. And we've got a strong track record of tackling complicated mixed use projects like the one we're tackling now. 24 years ago, I joined Lincoln to open the Colorado office. And today we're 30 people strong locally and manage a portfolio of roughly 4 million square feet around the metro area. We were initially drawn to this site in 2007 to develop a mixed-use project here in a partnership with RTD. We were interested really because it offered an opportunity to do a transit-oriented project and take advantage of what we thought would be an underutilized site in a neighborhood that needed some placemaking. And so we've got a good track record for that, and that's really what drew us to it. Ironically, we're 18 years later, proud owners of the site, and in the last 2 years, we've really dedicated a lot of time collaborating with the city and the neighborhood and constituents to get where we are today. So we're proud of that, and I'd like to turn over to Ali just to do a quick overview.
I'm going to keep our project overview brief, and I know you're here for the Metro District, but we did want to give a refresher since we last spoke to you about this at the study session. We really like the site. We're excited about the site. It's in our mind unparalleled in Lakewood, given the scale, really, that you can create something and create a sense of place and really a mixed-use neighborhood here. And then we like its proximity to RTD as well as the visibility along 6. As Scott mentioned, Lincoln acquired the site in April of '23.
So this has been a 2-year effort for us in imagining what this site could be. There was a lot of visioning and working with our architect and also working with the city. And I think we just want to make sure that you understand, for the last 2 years, we sat down and talked about goals for the site and what everyone wanted to see there. And so we've put together a list here of priorities, and I've actually ranked them in order of what we think in collaborating what the priorities are. So first and foremost, affordable housing was a goal. And that's a commitment that we're willing to make with 10% affordable. And we understand that's important to the community and to you guys, as well as sustainability goals. We'll touch on that a little bit as we go through this, but we are imagining this will be a fully electric units in a site here. The next ones, we'll kind of lump some of these together, is making sure that we're hitting both amenity spaces and open space for not just on-site residents within our project or who are residents there, but also for the broader community. And so that's creating accessible plazas, having connection from RTD and making sure it's an inclusive environment when you get off, and making sure it's pedestrian friendly so that you can really travel through the site once you're on, or whether you're getting off at the station or coming from the surrounding neighborhood. We'll talk a little bit about our focus on ground floor retail and how we're using that for both activation, but also doing a concentration of commercial in select areas to make it more robust, connected to outdoor space, and hopefully ultimately make those successful retailers, which is important to us as well. And then the last thing is enhanced streetscape. This has a lot to do with making it pedestrian friendly so that when you're on the ground plane, you feel like there is sidewalks and landscapes and places that you can walk and feel comfortable. We also have on this slide some of the community engagement we've done over the last 2 years, meeting with associations and then community stakeholders. I won't go through the full list right now. I know one concern for the community is some of the environmental issues for the site. And so in hearing that in our last meeting, we put together this overlay. This depicts where there's environmental issues. You can see the southern portion of the site has a no further action, and that's where we're proposing our phase 1. It is ready for development. The northern portion of the site will require significant remediation in order to do so. We've done early engagement with our environmental consultant, and Scott's here today to answer questions and really speak into that if we want to dive in. We've also had coordination and communication with CDPHE, who is a governing body that oversees this. And we've had a lot of communication and coordination with the GSA, who did some of the initial remediation on the site and has a lot of the background on it. And we can go into any Q&A you have on that. This site plan you've seen before, so I'll just touch on it quickly. We've broken the site into the southern portion and the north, and that's by phasing. So phase 1 is the southern portion, and that will include all improvements to 4th and all off-site traffic improvements up front. And so that's adding bike lanes, roundabouts, anything that we need to do with signal changes or extension of turn lanes. And then it's delivering 4 to 5 story multifamily product. And there's ground floor retail. We talk a lot about what we call our spine road, which is the north to south road. And so I have some images that follow this, but the goal is to create, on the southern portion, you can see a really like a village feel. So when you're driving down that, it goes to more narrow roads. You're gonna see ground floor retail with residential above. You might see some retail spill out. It will be very inviting. At the end, at the terminus of the southern portion, there's an open plaza area, and that's, again, accessible to the public, and that connects to the RTD platform. It's a similar program on the north. We have more retail concentrated on the north. We believe there's just more viability, frankly, in getting good operators there and for them to be able to be successful with the visibility on 6th, and also just allowing for some occupancy on site to happen before those retailers come in. And then there's an entertainment type plaza at the top. Overall, you'll see our affordable units are just over 200. And we discussed a lot about that commitment and what it would take to meet the Proposition 123 goals, which is 60% AMI. I'm going to run through some of these images quickly. Here are precedent images of potential open space, which may look like trails, landscape areas to gather or for your children to run around. You're seeing some climbing logs there. This is a sketch of the Southern Plaza. So again, this is against the RTD platform. When you come off RTD at the station, it's at the end or the terminus of our southern end of the site. You can see there'd be open space for events or gathering, as well as retail spilling out. Here's our retail on the Spine Road. It may look like dining, food and beverage, or services with retail above, or the second image, which is actually showing outdoor patios that connect to food and beverage. This would be our northern plaza, so it's definitely more retail focused. It's going to be surrounded by retail, and you could see people either gathering there or hosting events. And then lastly, we've talked a lot about maybe passive uses, but there could be programmed community events as well. So we're showing farmers markets, summer concert series, things of that nature. In going through this, we did try to keep in mind alignment with Lakewood's 2025 Moving Forward Together plan, which I know we'll talk about in our URA presentation as well. So just quickly, livable, this is substantial quality housing, and it's also providing affordable housing. We understand the importance of a resilient economic base, and so we are focused on delivering retail. We believe that's also an amenity for the project and really how you create something spectacular. Mobility is important. We did hit on the light rail, but I also want to note that we are cognizant of bike connection and what that means as far as accessible bike storage and bike lockers throughout the site and what that will look like. And then sustainability. And so we're designing to ESG standards. That may take place in building design, which would look like having fully electric buildings and equipment. That may also look like operations of the buildings, which is water and waste management, and then social connection. I'm going to quickly touch on open space and parkland. This is an exhibit that we throw together. It's a lot of color, and I know the legend is small, so I'll try to just highlight some of the bigger areas. We broke our open space into two categories, one being project open space and then the other being parkland dedication, and so they don't overlap. Project open space is in the orange and the dark green. And so orange is really private amenity space. That's going to be your courtyards for your residents. Those in our mind are really required in order to have a successful project. That may look like outdoor space where people can go outside or can work. That could look like pools and plazas. That's just for private residents. And then there's the dark green, which is our landscape setbacks. And this is really important because when you think about this zoning area and being on transit and the desire to have everything with density and structured parking, we want to make sure that we're still providing enough landscape so that there's a buffer. And when you're walking through the site as a pedestrian, you feel like it's not a harsh environment. With those two areas, we are more than exceeding our zoning requirement, or we're substantially exceeding it. And then the second component is our parkland dedication piece. And so our parkland dedication piece is made up of really two components. One is a dedication of land, and the other is a dedication of an interior space for Car 25. So the first is in light green, and that's our land areas. It's the northeast corner, which will be a combination likely of a dog park and open space. And then it's a public plaza on the phase one, which is the southern portion, and phase two, which is the northern portion. I know you've heard a little bit about Car 25. That's going to sit in S1 as it is now, and that's an exhibition space that can be used to house the trolley. It can also be used for events and classroom, and there will be an electrified track that takes the trolley down to the bottom plaza, either for events or really just be parked down there to showcase it. This is an elevation that shows Car 25 in concept. And so here you're looking at a 4-story building, I believe, and then the first 2 floors would be Car 25 in its space. It's able to pull in, it connects to its tracks, and it will have event space next to it. Here are just some reference images of what that could look like, whether it's through roll-up doors, and you can kind of get an idea of maybe what that will be. So that's all we have today. I think we just wanted to hit on, and we'll be here for questions, that we're really focused on creating a quality environment. We understand the importance of sustainability, and we are committing to doing fully electric units. We are trying to connect to both the RTD light rail and also be cognizant of making this a walkable community once you're on site, and how we connect to public spaces. We've really taken a lot of time to think through parkland with the city, and we feel confident about the package that we're putting together. And our goal is to create something that's vibrant for the community. So I'm going to pass it off now for the Metro District presentation.
We good? Let's see if I can use the clicker here. We'll try. I'm Marianne McGeady with McGeady, Becker, Cortez, and Williams, and we're here on behalf of the applicant to present to you on the service plan. Yes, why we are here. We're here to request approval of the service plan that would allow the organization of a metropolitan district to assist in the efficient financing of the public infrastructure, assist in the perpetual operations and maintenance of the public infrastructure that's not accepted by another entity for operations and maintenance, and then to also assist in covenant enforcement and design review for the project. We're also here to get approved for execution the intergovernmental agreement that's an exhibit to the service plan, which provides contractual commitments of the district to comply with the service plan limitations and its relationships with the city. So what is a metro district? It's a quasi-municipal corporation and political subdivision of the state of Colorado, organized and governed pursuant to specific state statutes. This district is proposed to be organized with a 5-member board and elected by a majority vote of its registered electors in 4-year staggered terms of office. Appointments of vacancies would occur between regular elections, and anyone appointed between election would be up for election again at the next regular election. Oh, goodness. Well, that's there. Okay. District boundaries. The district boundaries encompass the proposed project, approximately 59 acres, proposed for 100,000 square feet of commercial and 2,149 for-rent residential units. Ally's already gone through the assumptions in that preliminary development plan, and those are the assumptions we've used as the basis for the capital improvement costs and also the financing plan. Okay, a district is necessary because we are working with cooperation, in cooperation with the Lakewood Reinvestment Authority. The Metropolitan District is the most cost-effective method to finance the public infrastructure in this partnership. It would generate these independent revenues so that growth would pay its own way to supplement the urban renewal revenue. Would provide a perpetual entity for purposes of operations and maintenance if that becomes necessary for improvements that are not accepted for operations and maintenance by other governments. And currently there is no other jurisdiction that can undertake the financing, construction, and O&M that's proposed within the service plan. Under the service plan powers, the district would have the authority to construct and operate and maintain as needed sanitation, water, streets, safety protection, park and recreation, transportation, and mosquito control services. We're currently, again, working in cooperation with the Lakewood Reinvestment Authority, looking for district bonds to issue or loan or combination thereof to finance the improvements. Also looking for district property taxes, an operations and maintenance mill levy, and a debt service mill levy to supplement those revenues, and potentially district fees. The debt service mill levy in the service plan is capped at 50 mils as adjusted for changes in the assessment ratios. The operations and maintenance mill levy is limited to 65 mils, to 15 mils, and the combined is limited to 65 mils. The district will remit to the city in accordance with your ordinances any specific ownership taxes received within 30 days of receipt of those revenues. The district needs to comply with all the state statutes, including the transparency and accountability statutes for open meeting laws, open records requirements, election codes, local government audit and budget laws, and disclosure notification requirements, in addition to the specific additional notification requirements that your ordinances provide for. We have to comply, the district would need to comply with all the service plan requirements, and any material modifications to the service plan would need to come back to City Council for approval. The Section 14.29 of your municipal code was adopted by Ordinance 2024-33. None of the property in this project is proposed for development as for sale residential, and so specific provisions of that ordinance have been included within this service plan, and those provisions of the ordinance that are in the service plan are those provisions that the district is bound to function within. If for any reason for sale residential is proposed in the project and developed in the project, then we would need to bring the district back for material modification and service plan amendment. The debt issuance limit currently proposed is $75 million. The debt service mill levy limit is 50 mils. subject to statutory adjustment. The city will not be responsible for payment of the district debt, and the district debt must be issued in compliance with Tabor requirements, and the district must also receive an external financial advisor certificate for any debt issued, whether it's placed publicly or privately. There's also a limitation in the service plan that no debt can issue until the district has received approval of an approved development plan. In order to receive that approval, the district needs to have worked through arrangement for water and sewer services for the project. So right now, the service plan would give the authority for the district to enter into intergovernmental agreements and make arrangements for water sewer service, but does not currently include specific provisions for that. They'll be worked out before an approved development plan is presented for approval by the council. So, to the extent public improvements are not accepted by the city or another government for operations and maintenance services, this district would be responsible for the operations and maintenance. Again, there's a mill levy authorized under the service plan to provide the revenue for those services, and the service plan does include some cost estimates related to those services. The district could also provide the covenant control services connected to the community association or in lieu of a community association, and the district could impose fees to offset the cost of that covenant enforcement and design review. This slide is an excerpt from the service plan as to what the first year anticipated operations and maintenance expenses would be, and I think the total estimate is $100,000 for the first year. This is a more detailed estimate of operations and maintenance of public improvements, and I don't know that you want me to read that, but if you have questions about that, we're certainly here to answer those. Okay, the financing plan that's attached to the service plan anticipates the district having the authority to finance all the public improvements and shows that it can repay the public improvements from the revenues that are available that are within the limit of what the district has the ability to finance. So the total debt limit is $75 million in the plan, and the district has the flexibility to issue those bonds when they're needed to be issued for purposes of construction of the improvements in a phased manner. The district can also rely on other revenue sources in addition to its mill levy, and as had mentioned earlier, there are other revenues anticipated and presented in the financing plan that would be the result of an agreement through the urban renewal. At least 30 days prior to the issuance of any debt, the district would deliver to the to the city's chief financial officer the financing plan for that specific debt issuance and the model that relates to it. That would show all revenues that are assumed for repayment of the debt. There are statutory criteria for your consideration, and I'd like to kind of step through what that criteria is and how the current service plan presented before you meets that criteria. So the first requirement is that there's sufficient existing and projected need for the organized services. And we believe the sufficient existing and projected need exists because there is currently no other jurisdiction or entity that's interested in or willing to undertake the financing, construction, or ongoing O&M of the public improvements the district will provide, and they are necessary for the development. Without the district, these essential improvements will not be available. There's also a finding that existing services are inadequate. There's currently, again, no other jurisdiction or entity, including the city, that considers it feasible or practical to provide the development with these specific services. And it's necessary for the district to be organized to provide these public improvements and services for the benefit of its inhabitants. Again, the district's water service will be provided to the property pursuant to one or more intergovernmental agreements, and the means and parameters of those services will be resolved prior to the approval of an approved development plan, similarly for the wastewater services. And there'll be no building permits that can issue, no debt that can issue, no mill levy that can be imposed in terms of the district providing services until those agreements are in place. The district you would need to also determine that the district's capable of providing economical and sufficient service. The preliminary capital plan and the cost estimates attached to the service plan and the financial plan attached to the service plan demonstrates that the district is capable of providing economical and sufficient service to the development by its financing and funding. Further, the service plan establishes a maximum debt mill levy and the limits on the district's issuance of debt, thereby ensuring economic and sufficient service will be provided by the district. The next statutory criteria is to determine that the district will have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. And again, the financing plans attached do show that and support that conclusion. The district will have another finding. The district will have the financial ability to discharge proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis, and this is a carryover from the prior slide. What supports that is that the public improvement expenses that are not able to be supported by the district are expected to be funded by the developer. So therefore, in conclusion, what the district can finance through as shown through the financing plans and within the debt limit should fund all the improvements, and any deficiencies will be paid by the developer to complete the improvements. The proposed improvements are not, and upon information and belief, will not be available to the area through the city or any other existing municipality or quasi-municipal corporations, including existing special districts, within a reasonable time and on a comparable basis, and that is the standard that is required to meet this finding. Okay, the next requirement is to find that the facility and service standards of the district are compatible with the facility and service standards of each county within which the district is to be located and each municipality which is an interested party. So as stated in the service plan, all facilities and services proposed will be constructed in accordance with the standards and specifications of Jefferson County, the city of Lakewood, the state of Colorado, and any other appropriate and applicable jurisdictions. The last is this proposal in compliance with the Lakewood Comprehensive Plan? And I guess the short answer is yes. I'm assuming because of the time we can move on to the next finding. And the property is to be included within the boundaries of the district is specifically included in several chapters of the comp plan, including a designation as the federal center growth area with the stated goal of transforming the area into a high-density, mixed-use urban corridor in accordance with the growth area land use map and trans-oriented development principles, and that is what is proposed for the development to be supported with the infrastructure this district would provide. The final finding would be compliance with the duly adopted city, regional, or state long-range water quality management plan for the area, and the district, in collaboration with the developer, will ensure that it will be in compliance with any duly adopted city, regional, or state long-range water quality plan. Put this down, I keep clicking too fast. Now, last, I think the creation of the district will be in the best interest of the area to be served, and as the applicants, we believe we've met the burden to support your conclusion in this regard. In addition to all the other reasons already provided, the creation of the Bend at Lakewood Metropolitan District is in the best interest of the area to be provided, to be served, as summarized as follows. The Metro District would be the issuer for bonds or loans to fund the infrastructure through municipal bonds with favorable rates and terms that would not otherwise be available. The Metropolitan District will be governed by local control over the services that are provided on the community basis. The Metropolitan District will be responsive and accountable for their decisions through the election and public hearing process, and the business of the Metropolitan District will be conducted at public meetings. We thank you for your time and opportunity to present before you, and we're here, and the whole team is here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. And with that, I will go ahead and start our period of public comment for this agenda item 11D, the Metropolitan District for the Bend. I have two.
Sorry. We have a staff presentation as well.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. First, we have the staff presentation, then we'll go to public comment.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Kara Mueller, and with Sustainability and Community Development Department here with the City of Lakewood, and I'm going to give staff's presentation for the Bend at Lakewood Metropolitan District, case MD 24-1, and the property is located at 11601 West 2nd Place. I will try to make this brief and focus more on the findings. The request is for Metropolitan District, and that request is from Scott Caldwell with Lakewood Land Partners LP to pursue a district election for the formation of the Bend at Lakewood Metropolitan District. Just quickly, this is the initial boundary area shown here in red. And as you are aware, the Federal Center is to the east and Union Boulevard is to the west. To the north, we have West 6th Avenue, and then we have the light rail stop for the Federal Center directly to the south, as well as the park and ride. I'll quickly just skip past these. These were presented in the last presentation from the applicant, but basically a definition of what a metropolitan district is. A little information on why using a metropolitan district. Obviously, independent sources of revenue for financing construction, ownership, and maintenance and operation. There are more than 2,700 active special districts statewide, with approximately 245 in Jefferson County alone. Such districts provide that tool for financing infrastructure, amortizing that infrastructure cost over a period of time, and also financing all the operation and maintenance. There are several existing ones within the city of Lakewood, including Denver West, Fossil Ridge, which is Solterra, the Plaza at Belmar, and those are just to name a few. There are also different special districts, and those can be water and sewer districts, of which the city of Lakewood has approximately 25. The service plan is the document before you that you are asked to review for this evening. And it does require approval in order to move forward for that district election. There is municipal oversight. Municipal oversight does happen at the time of service plan review. At that time, you can limit the activities, limit the borrowing, and the maximum tax rate. Once formed, special districts still function as they do as independent quasi-governmental entities. However, cities still can require annual reports and review of financial information. And city approval is required when there are major modifications. It is also important to point out that the cost of any debt, maintenance, and operation does fall with the developer. It's their responsibility, and the city will not be responsible for the district's financial or other obligations. So there is quite a bit of review criteria. We have Ordinance 2024-33, which formed the Municipal Code Section 14.29. That's most recent. And there are obviously the Colorado revised statutes for metropolitan districts that need to be followed. City Council may approve the service plan if evidence shows that there is existing and projected need for organized service in the area, and existing service in the area is inadequate for existing and projected needs, and the proposed district is capable of providing economical and sufficient service, and the area has the financial ability to discharge the proposed debt. An adequate service is not or will not be available to the area through the city or other existing quasi-municipal corporations, including special districts, within a reasonable time or on a comparable basis. Continuing with the review criteria, the facility and service standards of the proposed district are compatible with the facility and service standards of the city. The proposal is in substantial compliance with the comprehensive plan and any of its amendments. The proposal is in compliance with any duly adopted city, regional, or state long-range water quality plan for the area. And the creation of the proposed district will be in the best interest of the area proposed to be served. and the service plan contains the items required by the Colorado Revised Statutes and Ordinance 2024-33. Staff's analysis and further of this is in the staff memorandum, but it was reviewed by several departments and divisions within the city of Lakewood. That include Public Works, Lakewood Finance Department, Community Resources, which is ongoing, working out the parkland dedication requirements, which they will have to meet, as well as the city attorney's office. And the plan was found to be financially viable based on the plan assumptions as provided. And with that, we'll continue on to sustainability and community development. The staff has reviewed the application and determined that the request is supported by the Lakewood Comprehensive Plan, Lakewood 2025, moving forward together. The Federal Center Union Boulevard Corridor Connectivity Plan, the Union Boulevard Corridor Urban Design Plan, and the Union Area Transportation Study as amendments to the Comprehensive Plan. The applicant has provided information on all the items that are expected by either the Colorado Revised Statutes or the city's ordinance, including mill levy cap, maximum debt, notice to buyers and reporting, and provided the service plan that meets the model service plan per ordinance 2024-33. With that, staff's findings are there is sufficient existing projected need for organized service in the area, and the existing services in the district's area are inadequate for present and projected needs, and the proposed special district is capable of providing economical and sufficient service to the area within the proposed boundaries. The area to be included in the special district has or will have the financial ability to discharge the debt. Adequate service is not or will not be available to the area through the city or other existing quasi-municipal corporations. And the facility and service standards of the proposed district are compatible with the facility and service standards of the city of Lakewood. And the proposal is in substantial compliance with the comprehensive plan and its amendments. Allowing the formation of the Metropolitan District will further the city's goals of a project within the Union Boulevard and Federal Center growth area and the land use designation of Station Core. By providing a mix of retail, office, and multifamily residential uses, the corridor with a minimum building height of 3 stories. More specifically, and these are outlined in staff's memo, Goal I, CS8, encourages development and redevelopment on brownfield sites, such as this. Goal I, GA7, and its activity steps, or its action steps, A and D, speak to the transformation of areas along Union Boulevard and the Denver Federal Center. In summary, the Metropolitan District Service Plan for the subject parcels, which are located along the Federal Center and duly to the east of Union Boulevard and close to the light rail station, which is directly to the south, will help transform the corridor into an urban, high-density, mixed-use, transit-oriented development and will assist with economic growth as envisioned in the comp plan. There are no city, regional, or state long-range water quality management plans for the subject area. That was checked out. And the creation of the proposed district will be in the best interest of the area proposed to be served. And the service plan contains the items required in the Colorado Revised Statutes and Ordinance 2024-33. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council approve the service plan, case MD 24-1, to allow the applicant to pursue the formation of the Bend-at-Lakewood Metropolitan District. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. All right, we will now go to our public comment, and I have 2 signed up to speak here. First, Dave Schaff, and then David Garner.
Good evening, City Council and Madam Mayor. I'm Dave Schaff. I live in Ward 3. I'm here to express my support for the proposed development known as The Bend, located at the southeast corner of 6th Avenue and Union Boulevard. A primary reason for my support is the opportunity that this development presents to provide a permanent, dignified home for Car 25, a beautifully restored and operational interurban rail car that holds significant historical value for Lakewood and the greater Denver area. It was built in 1911 by the Denver's Wober Carriage Company, and Car 25 served as a vital link between Denver, Lakewood, and Golden until 1950, operating on the Denver and Intermountain Railroad line. It is the only surviving, completely intact local electric interurban car from that era and is listed on both the state and national registry of historic places. The car was meticulously restored over 22 years by the Rocky Mountain Railroad Club and its historical foundation, with contributions from over 500 donors and 96 volunteers, dedicating about 24,000 hours to the project. The car is owned by the City of Lakewood and is currently housed in Building 78 at the Denver Federal Center. The facility lacks basic climate control, has limited public access, and is not conducive to community engagement. The car is only accessible during infrequent open house events, typically once a year, requiring visitors to navigate security to get onto the Federal Center property. The Bend development offers a solution by providing a dedicated space for Car 25 that is accessible, climate controlled, and integrated into a vibrant community setting. Envisioned as a showpiece, this new home would serve as a gathering place and event space, allowing residents and visitors to interact with a tangible piece of Lakewood history. Surrounded by housing as well as retail and dining options, Car 25 would become a central feature in a thriving urban environment. Approving the Bend not only preserves an invaluable historical artifact, but also enriches our community by making history accessible and engaging. I urge you to support this development, and in doing so, to honor Lakewood's transportation heritage. Again, I'm Dave Schaff. I'm a past president of the Rocky Mountain Railroad Club and a longtime Lakewood resident. And I'd be willing to answer questions related to the car if that's appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Schaaf.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I've never been in a position where I didn't have equal time to respond to council. It's unusual for me, but I'll take what I can get. My name is David Garner. I am a retired Air Force colonel, resident of Ward 4, and past board member in Adam Paul's old position at Green Mountain Water. I know something of the history here. I'm also the past managing director of a legal services firm specializing in international trade law, and in 2002 I was certified as an advisor to international courts of arbitration and the U.S. arbitration panels. I've served twice on the Green Mountain Water Board, following the resignation of two presidents for different reasons. I didn't finish the second term due to medical issues, so I had to walk away, but I didn't walk away from caring about the issues. The first time the Green Mountain Water Board heard about this project was in mid-2003, and if I recall correctly, I was on the board at the time. We were only presented with the option of what is now the lower part, buildings 1 through 4 or 5, whichever it is, not the northern part along just south of 6th Avenue. I wanted to bring to your attention what I would suggest is a material fact not established. You're acting as a quasi-judicial body, so I'd actually ask you to consider if it might be relevant to you that a statement in the staff recommendation and their staff analysis is factually incorrect, and it bears on where you go today in this activity. And that is the outside agencies listing in section or paragraph 2, Water and Sanitation. Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District Board voted on this development and determined that they will not serve the Metropolitan District. That is factually false. In an April meeting of the board members moved to bring back from the table the previous action of the board to table any action on the applicant's request. That doesn't sound to me like it was denied. I have reviewed all the video going back a year and a half, and I can't find a denial. I would certainly hope you would ask the city attorney where they found this evidence that Green Mountain Water said no, because until you move to satisfy that question, it puts you straight in between the lawsuit between LLP and Green Mountain Water. And the residents in the Green Mountain Water District are your constituents. I would hope that you would pay attention to their concerns. No one has said no to the project. You're a little ahead of the time, and I'm out of time. But I appreciate your attention. I would be happy to answer questions from you or council.
Thank you, Mr. Garner. Okay. So I'm going to come back to my comments at the top of this topic. Because of the very close nature of both of these financing mechanisms that we're discussing and voting on tonight, and the challenges that I know council will have in asking questions that may align with one and doing it in the right area, what we're going to do is now, we've heard the presentation with regards to the Metropolitan District. We will shift over to the presentation around the urban renewal area. We will go through that same process. First applicant presentation, staff presentation, and then public comment. Once that cycle is completed, we will open up the floor to council questions. And those questions then can be open to either Metro District and or urban renewal area. So with that, I would invite whomever it might be from Lincoln that's going to be presenting on the urban renewal area up to the front.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Bill Cunningham. I'm a principal with Ricker Cunningham. My partner Ann Ricker and I have prepared the 3 documents that are statutorily required to create an urban renewal area. And those are a condition survey or a blight study, as it's more commonly referred to. The second is the urban renewal plan itself. And then the third are impact reports that we prepared for Jefferson County and then all of the taxing entities that levy a mill within this area. So I'm just going to give you a brief summary of those 3 documents. And then the items for you to consider tonight related to the urban renewal area excuse me, is 1, a municipal body, a council or a board has to render the opinion of blight or blighting conditions that qualify this area for an urban renewal area. That's one item that you will decide. The second item is adopting the urban renewal plan. So those are the 2 items that City Council will consider related to the urban renewal plan. Let's see. First, just a quick summary of our credentials. We've been doing urban renewal work in the state for about the past 30 years. More than 175 urban renewal assignments. We've worked for probably over 50 authorities in the state, and not only doing these 3 documents that we've talked about, but also being financial advisors to authorities, helping them set up private partner public-private partnerships with developers for urban renewal projects. So this is a good part of our practice, and we've been doing it a long time. The key process steps that lead to the public hearing tonight, I talked about those 3 documents that we prepare: the condition survey, which verifies the presence of those adverse conditions, those blight factors; the urban renewal plan, which just documents the goals, the priorities, the objectives, the resources used to assist with the implementation of the plan; and then the taxing entity impact reports. So once those impact reports are sent to each of those taxing entities, at that point, the Lakewood Reinvestment Authority, your staff, begins to negotiate agreements with those taxing entities. And those agreements are set up to share any tax increment revenues, property tax increment revenues that will flow from the project over the next 25 years. So those agreements have to be in place before we can come here tonight and ask you to adopt the urban renewal plan at this public hearing. I think we've talked at length about the site, where it is. Some of the property details that we look at as we're doing not only the condition survey but the urban renewal plan is just to consider what's going on around it. And here we've shown some of the activity centers that are already in place in the Union Avenue, Union Boulevard corridor. This project will be a very welcome addition to that. The blighting conditions that the state of Colorado outlines in the urban renewal law, they're listed here. It's A through K5. Don't ask me why it's K5. But there are 11 conditions that we look for when we go out and survey a property. And in order for a parcel or a property, in this case 2 parcels together, in order for it to qualify as an urban renewal area, it has to meet 4 of these 11 factors. And those 4 factors don't have to be on every part of the site. They could be in an isolated part of the site. As long as they're within the boundaries of that area that we just looked at, that's considered a qualifying factor. The interesting thing about, well, as you see here, what we've done is highlighted in blue the conditions that are present on the site. There are 9 of the 11 factors. And so we far exceeded the threshold of 4 to consider this as an urban renewal area. I think we've talked a little bit about this. I think the only 2 things I would add here is the current property tax base on the property is a little less than $300,000 a year. The property tax increment from the development program that was presented earlier over a 25-year period is going to generate nearly $90 million in property tax increment. And it's that tax increment that will be used as part of the project financial plan that was presented. So that's going to go to pay off the bonds that were mentioned earlier. So the eligibility for designation, which, as I said, we found 9 of 11 conditions. We also do an additional analysis and say, okay, of those 9, which are most impactful? In other words, not necessarily severe conditions, but conditions that are a little worse than normal. 6 of the 9 fit that category. 3 are less impactful. As I said, the Act requires 4 or 5 factors to be eligible for a designation, but relevant to this project, a voluntary district, in other words, if the property owner agrees to enter into this urban renewal area process, you only are required to find 1 blighting factor. Okay, so under either threshold, 1 or 4, there are more than enough conditions of blight to show that this will qualify for urban renewal. The components of the urban renewal plan, we've talked a little bit about this in the other presentations, but one of the key parts of it is that number 5, the plan relationship to community documents. It, like the Metro Service Plan, the Metro District Service Plan, has to adhere to community documents. In this case, your 2025 comp plan. And it does. I think Ally did a great job of kind of showing the elements of your comp plan that this project will adhere to. Principal objectives, these really go with just about every urban renewal plan. One is to mitigate and eliminate blight, eliminate those conditions that I described earlier. Advance community priorities, again, that's expressed in all of your adopted policy and planning documents, and foster needed rehabilitation of improvements, including infrastructure and buildings. Since this is largely a vacant site, there aren't any buildings, most of the improvements that need to be made, aside from the environmental issues, are related to infrastructure, basic site infrastructure. Additional objectives, which we think the plan addresses, further finance, install, construct, complete capital improvements for infrastructure and utilities. And secondly, further economic growth locally and regionally, and particularly addressing the council priority of the delivery of affordable residential products. These again are the elements that Ally described earlier, where the plan is consistent with your comp plan vision statement. An additional goal, transforming the areas along Union Boulevard and along the western portion of the Denver Federal Center into a high-density, mixed-use urban corridor, and the action steps that go with that. Lastly, the taxing entity sharing agreement terms. And again, this is a key part of the financing plan for the project, is determining how much of the property tax increment you're going to share with the different entities. As you see here, City of Lakewood, Mile High Flood District, Jeffco Public Library, Jeffco School District, the URA is going to be able to keep 100% of those property tax mills over that 25-year period. For Jefferson County and West Metro Fire Protection District, they've scaled those over time. For example, Jefferson County will start at 65%, but that percentage is allowed to increase as affordable units are provided, okay? So that's the incentive, obviously, for the project to do that affordable housing. That will allow them to access a little bit more in tax increment. One slide that we always put up when we present urban renewal just talks about kind of reminding everybody that the roles and responsibilities don't change that much through an urban renewal project. The LRA is still going to be the lead entity in administration and implementation. Lakewood City Council still has to approve all of the capital improvements that are going to take place, what the project's going to look like. And the Lakewood Planning Commission also is going to continue to provide approvals of all entitlements. So the important dates that have already occurred in January, Lakewood Planning Commission found that the plan does comply with your comprehensive plan, moved that forward to the LRA. The LRA, we did a study session with them on April 28th. They again voted to bring the plan to City Council, and that is where we are today. So with that, happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. So this presentation is going to be quite short. It is the last one for the Bend. We had a longer presentation on April 28th for the LRA, which if anyone hasn't seen that, then they can see it on Lakewood Speaks. So there are two things that the intent of this presentation is just to talk about what staff looked at for the URA. And there's two things that we looked at. One is the blight, which Bill Cunningham just talked about in terms of the different factors that were identified. Is someone changing it? The different factors that were identified that staff agrees that based on the study that it could be blight identified. So the second thing that we looked at is the finances, and this project is proposing that it is funded by a TIF or a tax increment funding or financing, and through using TIF, that would be specifically for property tax. And as Bill had mentioned, we have negotiated with each of the taxing entities to determine how much they would give up of their actual increment of that property tax, so the base would still remain with the taxing entity, but any additional value that was added based on the increase of the value of the property because they have construction put on it, that money would then go to the LRA for paying off a bond debt. So that total amount is $89.5 million is what's forecasted for how much that revenue would be. On the cost side, of cost for improvements is estimated at $35.9 million. And Public Works did review that to see if they thought it was reasonable costs for what was being put in for public improvements. The funding can only be used for these public improvements like roads, utility, environmental remediation, and cultural amenities. And actually to bond it, they would need to have a complete debt service of approximately $89.2 million, which includes the interest that would be charged with the actual debt. One important thing to mention is that the cost of improvements of 35.9 is based on the assumption that it is the original water solution. And as it was presented from the Metro District, that if it was the secondary option, it would be $50 million, but that's not what the TIF would be supporting. They'd only be supporting $35.9 million. So based on both of these forecasts of revenue and expense, staff believe that this is a viable solution in terms of paying for the public improvement. If the revenue is considerably less than what has been forecasted and cost is more or both, that is the responsibility of the developer, not the city. And if there is revenue that is greater, considerably greater than what is forecasted, there is plans to put wording in the financial agreement that it would be paying off the bond early or accelerating that payoff. If it's more than what the debt is, but not considerable amount, then it would be returned back to the tax entity once the debt is completely paid off. And that's pretty much the end of my presentation.
Did we have anyone else speaking on behalf of staff? No? Okay. All right, then with that, we'll go ahead and open public comment. I do have 2 commenters signed up to speak this evening on this item 11E, that is approving the urban renewal area for the Bend project. First, I have Karen Gourdet and then Joan Poston. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about the proposed Bend development. And while I know many of you feel this is a foregone conclusion, I ask you to pause for just a moment and truly consider the long-term consequences of this vote. The Bend is not just another mixed-use project. This is a proposal to build on a known contaminated site, one that has a complex, decades-long history of chemical pollution, much of which remains unremediated, undocumented, or minimized. Your own consultants and staff reports acknowledge that much of the contamination beneath the Denver Federal Center remains an unknown risk, with lingering volatile organic compounds, petroleum hydrocarbons, and a toxic legacy from past Department of Energy and GSA operations, as outlined in the Planning Commission environmental summaries and the LRA-URA plan. And yet tonight, you're being asked to approve a development agreement, a metro district with TIFs, and a handover of risk to the public without independent environmental oversight, without a transparent cleanup plan, and without giving taxpayers or future residents an honest accounting of the liabilities they will inherit. This is not responsible redevelopment. This is wishful thinking packaged in pretty renderings and economic forecast, but hope is not a remediation strategy. Mayor and council members, I am not against redevelopment or progress, but true progress means we don't repeat the mistakes of the past, we don't rush forward without answers, without accountability, and without safeguards. You have the authority to say, not yet. Not until we have independent soil and groundwater testing below the cap. Not until we have a clear, transparent plan that protects the health of our community and ensures the polluters, not the public, carry the cost of cleanup. Tonight, I ask you to put people over politics, health over hype, and caution over expediency. Vote no, or at least delay the vote until you can look the public in the eye and honestly say the site is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. And it looks like Ms. Poston may have left for the evening, so I don't have anyone else signed up. Is there anyone else that would like to comment on the urban renewal area? All right. So if you'll go ahead and come up here forward, you'll state your name and your address or your name and your ward. 3 minutes, we'll start the clock, and then on your way out, if you can stop with the city clerk and sign in.
Okay. Leanne Thompson, Ward 4. And I'm really going to iterate whatever Karen said too. This location is the northwest corner of the Federal Center, across from Denny's. I live in that ward, and I am concerned about all the contamination that exists. It's been proven from the Rocky Flats documents that even though they do some remediation of the land, that it does not take and actually solve the problem. And so I am concerned about the cost of what this is going to cause the citizens to have to pay in the future. And so please reconsider voting tonight on until these issues have been resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close out public comment. And now opening up for council questions, which again, council can be of or relating to Metro District and or urban renewal area. First hand I have up is Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Yes, thank you. A comment and a question. Comment representing Ward 1. You know, I would just point out that there's been a lot of residents of Ward 1 who've been very supportive of this. We've heard from a lot of people in the southern part of the city and the western part of the city that are a little bit more removed from this. This is a parcel of land that has a long history in the city of Lakewood. This is the plan to clean it up. Having someone else come in and clean up a mess that is many years overdue for remediation, we deserve that in Ward 1. And frankly, building off of some of the comments that we've heard recently about Colfax staying on Colfax, the people in the northern part of Lakewood deserve as much as the people in other parts of our city to have clean spaces, to have new buildings. And so I do hope that people would understand that there are enough regulations in place to ensure that this will be done safely, but we do deserve to have our brownfields remediated. That's an important step in this, and if we were using public dollars to do that, people would be outraged over that. This, to me, seems like a reasonable step. My question tonight, though, is around the sales tax increment that was some consideration in the Metro District. I just want to make sure, like, after reading this, that is not a lever we're pulling at this point. It's something that could happen at a later date. Is that true in my understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions or comments from council? I have Councilor Ryan, then Councilor Isabel Cruz, then Councilor Lowe.
So, Mary, you may have to stop me at some point and I'll turn it over and we'll circle back around. I want to start, if I could.
Councilor Ryan, we don't have a motion on the floor yet. Are you making any amendments? No, let's go ahead and get a motion on the floor. Is yours about the Metro District? Because our first vote will be Metro District related.
I do have comments and questions about the Metro District, which is, I apologize, I thought
Okay.
that's what we were talking about.
This is a confusing process, so.
My mistake.
Everybody here, thank you for bearing with us. Let's go through, maybe for some clarification, let's start with council questions, comments, all of the above. Anyone, if you've got any amendments, we'll kind of hold off until we maybe can kind of peel them apart a little bit, and we know we're going to be voting on one or the other. So, Councilor Ryan, with that, I will give you the floor back.
In point of information, this is just about the Metro Districts to start with, or is this open season?
Any and all of the above.
Okay. So let me start, if I could, with I think it's the TIF aspect of it. So 11E, the affordable housing credits. So I have a question for staff. It's my understanding, so the county has agreed to forego 65% of some modified mill levy, removing the bridge and removing the library, regardless of whether any affordable housing is built. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it the city's position that the project is viable if no additional taxes are foregone, if it's limited to that 65%?
Yes, sir.
And the agreement between the authority and the county allows for additional amounts to be waived of the housing credits under Prop 123. That's correct?
Could you repeat that question?
So there's an agreement between the authority and the county where additional tax credits could be obtained.
Correct.
If the county received additional housing credits.
Correct.
The authority doesn't actually own those housing credits, correct?
Correct.
So that would have to be a determination by the city, and
Yes.
more specifically, this body, the city council, would have to make the determination of whether it would ultimately agree to provide those housing credits.
Yes, sir.
And The resolution R-2025-8, number 17 states that whether the housing credits are transferred from the city, let me back up. That's also consistent with Prop 123, which requires a written agreement, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So nothing that we would be voting on today would compel a future city council from turning over those affordable housing credits.
Correct.
Looking at the project itself, is I understand under the TIF, 35.9 is our cost of the infrastructure, if I remember the slide correctly. The debt financing is 89.2. That's, I guess, akin to if I buy a house for some amount of money, I'm going to pay substantially more if I don't pay in cash just because of the financing charges.
I'm going to turn this one over to Ms. Bjorklund.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. So I'm just thinking of the slide that was talking about the financing where we had 35.9 as the amount of the expected costs of the public improvements.
Yes.
And then the financing, the debt financed is 89.2. That's due to the interest and other costs rolled into that.
Yes. Interest in issuing.
And I understand there's a dispute between Green Mountain Water and this development project, I guess if I can call it. None of the additional costs of, let me back up. And the city is also contemplating whether to provide sewer services, and another water district is contemplating providing water services. We were told that will increase the cost. That's not included in this 35.9, correct?
That's correct.
I'll turn it over for now.
Okay. Counselor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify a couple of points. So regarding the Metro District elections and future end user board, I just wanted to make sure my understanding was correct that folks who reside in the property or are tenants in the property would be eligible to serve on said board in the future.
I'll field that question. Thank you, Counselor. Yes, so these are for rent units and also some commercial units. So any of the tenants of this site would be eligible to serve on the board. There is some difficulty, obviously, when you have, year-long leases typically. So I don't know, from a residential tenant perspective, how much interest there will be, but they do anticipate signing some of the commercial tenants to long-term leases. I believe they mentioned something akin to a Noodles and Company. I don't know if that's the actual resident or the commercial business space, but something like they would have 5-year leases and things of that nature.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I'd love to hear, since it seems like Lincoln Properties has significant experience developing in Lakewood, not Lakewood, in Colorado, and we know that metro districts are a pretty common form of creating public improvements, because I think a lot of times when people think of metro districts, they're thinking of the end user as a homeowner, and this is an end user as a company that is going to be managing and leasing out property. And so I'm just curious if this is a kind of arrangement that Lincoln has pursued before, and if so, how has that gone previously?
As a company, we've probably had many examples of that. Locally in Colorado, we're part of one metro district as a development. It's more of a commercial metro district, so we do not have residences on site.
Okay, that's helpful. But just so that I understand, the idea is that you all will be then like leasing and managing this property once you've developed it?
That's the plan.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then I wanted to get some clarity because we did have a witness speak to the fact that the Green Mountain Water has not rejected service to this site, so I just wanted to get some clarity to ensure that we have all of the adequate evidence to kind of make our decision here.
So, Counselor, for this question, I'm going to defer to the applicant. There may be a difference of opinion between the two parties as to what's going on with their request to serve the site.
I'm happy to address it. So in February of 2024, we submitted our engineering plans as well as an application to the city for the site. The engineering plans were not reviewed by Green Mountain. In February of 2025, at their February 11th board meeting, the board made a decision to table all further conversation on our site. And so we took that as a form of action not to serve. Subsequently, we did file a claim against them, a legal claim to say that they have the right to serve us per the district. We have also come to City Council, to you guys for Lakewood Sewer, and to Consolidated Mutual Water, looking for alternatives for water and sewer. I think our messaging is consistent with what we talked about at the study session, which is we would be willing to take service from either entity if Green Mountain is willing to serve us. Otherwise, the steps would be going to their board for exclusion and then pursuing the alternate inclusion on the board. And we would be willing to take either on.
Thank you for that clarification. And then I just wanted to briefly, I know we dug into this at the study session regarding some of the environmental concerns around kind of digging into the land and what that could mean for neighboring properties, or if part of the development is already made, what will that look like? And so since we have the environmental consultants here, I would just love to hear kind of your response or thoughts about some of the points that have been raised in the hearing evidence we've been presented with so far.
Sure. My name is Scott Waldmeyer with Vertex Companies, Managing Director for our Environmental Division. Yes, the development, as we learned earlier, is split sort of into two pieces, right? So we have the southern part, which is sort of south of 4th Avenue, including those 4th Avenue roadway improvements. And then the north part of the parcel, which is the known landfill area. So the southern piece of the phase one, essentially, of the development has been issued no further action letters by the CDPHE. That underwent investigation by the GSA from 1997 to 2013 is the most recent NFR letter, and basically cleaned that part up to the extent required by the state of Colorado. The northern parcel has a covenant on it that's through the GSA that basically says that Lincoln, as the owner, has to maintain that in perpetuity until we go to redevelop it. At that time is when we would submit a corrective action plan modification to the state of Colorado saying this is what the plan is, this is how we're going to clean it up, and that materials management plan would essentially say that as a part of that we're going to remove the dirty stuff that's there, the impacted material that's there. We'll put in clean fill corridors and to provide future utility workers those clean, safe environments that would be a part of all that. And then, in addition to that, removing, if there's construction dewatering, we would deal with all of those things during and through that materials handling plan. So that document gets submitted. It's actually been worked on through the City of Lakewood Public Works Department as well. So we're incorporating the city's materials handling plan into the submittal that goes to the state, and then the state corrective action program reviews that, approves it, gives us feedback one way or the other on we need you to do this or we want you to do this. So that whole development piece is under the oversight of the CDPHE. And in that materials management plan, we basically say this is how we're going to deal with any impacted soil. If we come across asbestos in the soil, well, this is how we're going to deal with it. We will put up, obviously using wet methods, we'll be spraying down soil, things like that. Pretty much doing full-time oversight during all of those, the earthwork that's happening. And it can go as far as perimeter air monitoring if need be, if there's wind barriers that need to get put up. All of those different stipulations and steps get put in that materials handling plan, and then that's submitted to the state, and they review and approve that, and then we follow that to the T. And then at the end, when everything is done, when we've cleaned up what we needed to clean up, ultimately then we submit a letter and a report back to them saying this is what we did, these are the steps we followed, and ultimately go for those no further action letters like are in place on the southern portion of the site.
Councilor Lowe.
Mr. Waldemar, I might ask you to just stay up there for a second in the interest of efficiency. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Ton of information packed into a lot of presentations, so thanks for the thoroughness with which you all have briefed council on this. Mr. Waldemar, if I could just sort of build on Councilor Cruz's question for a moment. So when the corrective, take a step back. For folks who have not been following, that are not nearly in the weeds on this as you are, I think folks, that we have heard from a couple of people who have concerns that part of this, what might be the environmental impacts for the immediate neighbors of this remediation. The Mayor Pro Tem already spoke to the fact, and I agree with this, that this plan is a remediation plan. So first of all, I think I saw that the service plan has $11 million is going to, 11 point something million dollars is going to environmental remediation out of the entire budget for this. Is that correct?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, to be honest, because I don't know we've prepared full remedial financial obligations, but it will be costly.
Right. So the corrective action plan, you said that it has to go back to the state. Is that to CDPHE, I would assume?
Yes, it goes back to the corrective action unit at the CDPHE.
And so there will be sort of environmental experts at CDPHE who are reviewing in terms of the phase 2 site, the northern chunk of this site. They'll be, among other things, looking at, making sure that all of the work being done on this plot of land complies with all relevant both federal and state environmental regulations. Is that fair to say?
Correct. And once we get, once we get to the northern part and have a better understanding of what the development plan will be, what the end uses will be, that parcel will be further investigated to know where we're going to put in utilities, where roadways are going to go, once we have that full plan design. And at that point, then we'll know exactly where we need to clean things up, what we need to investigate further, what areas are what other contaminants are there that we don't know about. But the area north and south, over the course of the last 35 years, probably has hundreds of soil borings done on it from both the north parcel and the south parcel. And then the south parcel was cleaned up first because it was the easiest from the state's and the GSA's perspective to clean up.
Got it. So in bottom, it's fair to say that the sort of the mix of federal and state environmental regulations we have, that this would have to comply with, that CDPHE will have to sign off on, govern all sorts of things like, erosion, runoff, anything that could, the sort of all the remediation that's being done here, those federal and state laws and regulations, among other things, exist to protect, neighbors and folks who are downstream of that stuff, and to make sure that no toxic materials end up impacting them.
Correct. Yeah.
It doesn't sound like the corrective action plan will come back to council, right? I mean, we have a number of review points. We're reviewing this plan, but it doesn't come back to council for review. This may be a question directed to staff or legal, but it sounds like it does have to be approved by CDPHE before the remediation can begin. Do I have that right?
Correct. So we submitted that plan to the city for review in concurrence with sending it to the state at the same time. So the city provided their comments back, again, after we incorporated the city's right-of-way materials management plan on how the city wanted certain things done. So we got those comments back, incorporated that into the state submittal. So now the state has essentially ours and the city's comments included.
Okay, but none of the remediation on that sort of northern site can, in terms of things that would actually, the actual work, that can't begin until CDPHE signs off on the corrective plan.
Correct.
And can staff I assume staff, from the city perspective, with the understanding that CDPHE still has to review and approve this, staff has signed off on this corrective action plan in terms of the city review process and is satisfied that it meets the city's needs?
And Counselor, that would be a question for our Public Works representatives, because I believe they were the department that reviewed the plan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Public Works has contracted with Pinion Environmental to review all of the environmental documents, and they have done that.
And that review process was completed as part of the due diligence before this came to council?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, I definitely have a couple more questions, but let me stop talking for the moment and turn it back to someone else.
Okay, Councilor Matt Guerrero.
Thank you. I will admit the majority of my questions were about environmental remediation, and I feel like that has been largely satisfied. And so instead, I will just make a two brief comments. One, which is that I just could not agree more with the take that this is how we end up with proper remediation of this land, which is so necessary, and also really to have a holistic design and developer that's working on business, that's working on community space, recreation, all of those things together is really an incredible plan to see. And then the other item, I just wanted to make sure that the public who, I've gotten some questions about this, that now that this is at City Council, it feels like it's going quickly, and obviously have not been engaging with conversations on these topics. And so I want to just ensure that folks know that that these are conversations that began not actually with this body, and we've gotten lots of information about these plans and this development and how metro districts work over years, and then with our positions on the LRA as well. And so just want to assure the public that I know I've gotten some questions about that specifically, that there are lots of other discussions we've been having, and I would encourage folks to tune in if this is not sufficient information for you, to tune into the previous two LRA conversations for more discussion and more information about some of these systems and about the site and development overall. And I don't think that I have any more thorough questions about the remediation process, but very happy that it will be happening.
Councilor Furman.
Thanks. I had I guess a couple of questions. One for my own benefit, which just because it was a concern that has been mentioned a couple of times. For clarity, is there any issue with proceeding with this Metro District when the service plan, when it's not clear yet which way they will go regarding the water service? Does that provide any issue for you?
So, Councilor Furman, the Bend will not be able to issue any debt or anything until they've received those approvals. So essentially, this plan can be approved without knowing who the water and sewer provider will be, with assurances that that will have to be determined before they move on to the next step.
Okay, thank you. I had one other question that is, I think, more for the general benefit. There's a lot of comments and concerns about particular amenities, ways in which people who are generally in support of the project but are looking for particular connection or amenities. Travis, can you tell us maybe just briefly all the ways in which we will see this as it proceeds forward, whether it's the major, who will review the major site plan, some of those elements, just so people are aware of the stages? I know that may be a big question, but the stages that we'll get a chance to see and define with clarity what some of these pieces will be.
Well, there are a number of steps. There's a lot of process ahead of us. Only some of them will come before council, particularly the parkland dedication, possibly a development agreement. But you're absolutely correct. There will be subdivision here. There will be a major site plan. There will probably be individual site plans for the buildings that come up. So there's an awful lot of process where there will be an opportunity for input.
Thank you. I will just add, even though everyone else has done it, obviously this is the way in which we achieve a site that is cleaned up and is useful. And I think it's critically important that we are using our sites that are at transit where they have the best impact for reducing pollution, for minimizing the use of water for irrigation. There's a multitude of ways in which a site like this minimizes the impact of population growth, of any kind of development, this is a very positive thing, especially when you take into account the way in which the site will be cleaned up. I will say for my own benefit, I personally would like to see more commercial and perhaps more commercial towards the transit side, but that's my own sort of bias, but I'm sure we'll see more of that and talk about it more in the future. So, thank you.
Councillor Sinks.
Thank you. Could I ask Mr. Waldenmeyer come back? I think this is a pretty simple question. So just knowing the plan for remediation and knowing the scrutiny that the state organizations will have, and you'll have the oversight once they approve it. So you'll have the oversight for that remediation, is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and so then when all is said and done, if indeed council goes that direction and things are built, would you want your mother to live there? Would you want your kids, grandkids to live there? Would you have any concern for their safety?
Once everything is done and built and remediated, I would have no problem putting my kids out there. In fact, even on the southern parcel now, where it's issued these no further remediation letters to unrestricted land use, your kids could go out there and play and it wouldn't be a problem at all.
Great.
So that's the level that we want to get to, right? Especially if we're doing commercial and residential, mixed use development, those are the standards we have to clean up to. Is the most restrictive. So in this case, even on the north parcel, things would have to be cleaned up to that residential standard.
Great, thank you. And then I'm not sure who I should address this question to, not staff, but someone with the applicants. So the question is, and there's a difference of opinion whether Green Mountain Water has said, no, we will not serve you. And so I have more to ask about that, but if someone could come up about that. Do you know how often the water board meets? Is it once a month?
Green Mountain meets once a month.
Once a month, right. Have they made any indication that you'll be placed on their agenda anytime this month, next month, what?
It is my understanding, so that the February 11th meeting is when they made the decision not to meet on our project anymore. Subsequently, in March, we made a claim against them, a legal claim, and they had a special session about the project in April, but they did not have the attendance of the full board members to make a decision.
Okay, and
So there's
then,
no indication from our end.
So they haven't, sorry, say they
So
haven't.
no, we have no indication at this point.
That you'll be placed on the agenda, or that they'll be discussing it further?
That's correct. In our opinion, our next steps with them would all be through the court system.
I see, okay. All right. I think that, yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Just to clarify, for the public record, there's several different statutes that would apply to the circumstance we're in at this moment in time, and one is the finding that needs to be made that this district could provide the services, even though there's another district that exists for that purpose, in a more reasonable and timely way, efficient way. I think in terms of service from Green Mountain, if we can work out an agreement with them, then there's a different statute that would apply, and we would work through that statute in the intergovernmental agreement and get worked out how the services would be provided and make sure there's no overlap that would be in conflict without their consent. On the other path forward, it would be an exclusion, and what the statute provides is that they couldn't approve an exclusion unless the district that was going to take on the services already existed. So we're in a very interesting circular situation here, and so we're trying to make it more linear, which is get this district with the authority because we believe it will have the ability to provide the services in the most reasonable and cost-effective way and meet that statute and support the finding you need to make. However, how we're going to do that is either going to be through an agreement with Green Mountain or it's going to be through an exclusion and agreement with other providers. I mean, and that's the whole story. And again, they can't exclude this property for service unless the district that would take that service over exists. And this district won't exist unless we have your approval.
Okay.
So, and again, not necessarily an exclusion path, but one of the paths forward.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that clarification. That's all I have. Well, I'll just say that urban sprawl is a terrible thing, and this is a great way to keep urban sprawl from happening out west, further west. This is right here, close by, and could be of great benefit. It's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nystrom.
Thank you. I don't want to get into the game of whack-a-mole here, so I'm just going to ask my questions, and whoever is the right person maybe can respond. I know there's a reference to 10% affordable housing in this complex. I'm curious for future maintenance or fees that, fees probably not the right word, but if in the event that there is additional work that needs to be done, will that be passed on to the renters? And if so, how will that impact the affordable housing units?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So generally the conversation with respect to affordable housing is that there is a 10% requirement that needs to be maintained throughout the development. And the affordable units have to comply with Proposition 123. So we have not executed those agreements. We need the entities to exist to actually execute those agreements. But what has been discussed at this point in time is that there is a 10% affordable component irrespective of cost.
Okay. Irrespective of cost. So if costs increase, that will or will not be passed on to the affordable units, I guess.
So, yeah, sorry, and if I didn't answer this, I apologize. It could not be passed on to the affordable units because in order to comply with Proposition 123, it has to be 60% of AMI. So in order to actually meet those requirements, they would need to stay at that number.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to figure out how to organize my questions so that we don't have to have multiple people popping up here, but mention was made, but there was several public comments, and I know during the presentation there was reference to how we, from a transit perspective, how we make this accessible. There were a couple of public comments for people asking for a way to make Red Rocks Community College and other that type of, or that location accessible, more accessible to this particular location and improve access to the light rail. Has that been planned for, discussed? What, I don't know who can answer that.
Yeah, we received comments specifically from some of the associations adjacent to us, so in the Union Corridor. And I think there are two things that you hit on. One is connection to the college, which I think the desire would be a shuttle service that maybe stopped in the communities and got there. I think that's going to take further exploration. Shuttles are successful if there's ridership to take it on, and so that's something we'd have to study. And then the second piece, which is maybe something easier to tackle, is making better bike connectivity along Second is actually the best way to connect to that community and to get to the site safely. And so that is something that we can explore maybe more quickly or get to a solution on, of just how will people take bikes from their community along Second, either through the park and ride and through the station platform or around a route to the site.
But that is something that, from a cost perspective, would be handled under the financing agreement?
That is not something that's in our current financing plan as far as offsite improvements. All of the bike paths that we are improving or installing are currently on 4th, which is on the alternate side of the site. I think we received this comment in the last month, and that's something that we've now raised with the city for conversation of how we can achieve it and what would be the best way to do it.
Okay, and hold that thought. And again, I don't know if you're the right person to answer this or not. You mentioned
Electrification, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Then I don't have to try to spit it out. So can you just clarify, you're going to electrify all of these units and the retail space. So will there be a natural gas component?
It is likely that the retail will still have natural gas. So nationally, we're finding that a lot of standards are changing. This is not just Denver or Colorado specific. This is a pretty hot topic everywhere, sustainability. And we are comfortable moving to fully electric units. So that means that all your appliances are fully electric within your unit. It's very hard to move retail to fully electric if you want full cooking capability. If you're just going to have a coffee shop like a Starbucks with a turbo chef, it's electric. But to do full cooking and dining, it often still requires gas. And so I think our commitment is to all the residential, and then the commercial would be on a space-by-space basis based on the need.
Okay. And you're intending to put solar panels on the buildings, I'm assuming?
We haven't fully looked at solar yet. Just electrification means there's no natural gas going to the residential portion. We've looked at, what kind of architectural materials would help with solar reduction or heat reduction, and that's roof materials. And then a lot of the operation stuff that we talk about, so that's water and irrigation maintenance, it's waste, and then the wellness and social connection piece. So ESG standards are a huge topic for not only our company, but developments that we're doing everywhere. And we feel like we have a really good grasp on it. Solar is certainly an option.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I guess from the perspective of the enhanced development menu is.
Yes.
We
have looked at that. I think electrification gets you a decent amount of points right there. Other items that are in that, again, it's building materials for heat reduction and operational maintenance. There's also social aspects that gets you points like public arts, community gardens, things of that nature.
Okay. And I guess, Director Parker, were there fee and lieu allocations based on this project at all? Or?
Were there fee and lieu for parkland?
I'm just asking if, and there was any application of fee and lieu as part of the, going through the enhanced development menu.
Oh, we haven't even begun those discussions yet.
Okay. I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Councillor Ken Cruz.
Thank you. This would be a question for the applicant in regards to the retail space. The question I have is, when it comes down to allocating the retail space on the first level, is it going to be market rate or below? Will there be an allocation for affordable retail for hyper-local small businesses within the space?
Mm-hmm.
I think generally speaking, our approach to the retail is to make it viable and look at the community need. Where's the gap studies in certain types of providers in the neighborhood? I think we start with that. I think the worst thing we can do is try to develop retail that's unsuccessful and vacant. I think that's sort of goes the wrong direction in terms of the viability of the whole project. I think your idea is an interesting one in terms of affordable sort of retailers. I think we'll look at that on an individual basis. A lot of times in commercial mixed-use settings, we do have to subsidize some of those retail operators at the ground level. I'm thinking about office buildings where you have coffee providers. Oftentimes, that's just an amenity you provide for your tenants. And so we'll look at all those things. Our goal is to make it market rate retail, to make it vibrant. Those are expensive spaces on the ground floor, but also I think just trying to attract and draw the right types of tenants.
Thank you.
Councillor Ryan.
So I want to switch over to the metro districts. It's my understanding under the LRA, the project is financially viable just using that mechanism. Is there a different bucket of public improvements or public infrastructure that the Metro District is financing?
So we had talked about the $35.9 million in cost for public improvement. The additional cost that was mentioned in the Metro District presentation is that there's $13 million or up to $50 million for the total cost. That $13 million, I think, is primarily part of the water solution. I think that's the majority of that, and that would come from, or paying for that, the solution that they've identified is using the mills for establishing a metro district.
And that's a direct cause of the dispute with Green Mountain Water.
Correct.
So if we didn't have the dispute with Green Mountain Water, the LRA by itself could finance all the public improvement projects.
Ally, is that correct, that it's all water, or is there any other element to that difference?
No, I think there's still a gap. The developer will come out of pocket still for this site. That's correct.
Right, but in the TIF presentation, the discussion was the developer will absorb certain costs.
Correct.
Right? And they'll do that through the LRA. They're going to absorb certain costs. So are there additional costs that are going to be passed on through the Metro District that's a different public improvement projects than what we've been talking about?
And so the Metro District has the ability to issue additional debt through mills. And that's, in our mind, we put together a service plan that maybe shows the max of that. And the service plan that you received and reviewed had 13 mills.
Right.
To us, that is a maximum, and ideally, we would not use all of that. I think that we just want to illustrate that you're comfortable and it's feasible to approve that. It's for a developer. When you put mills on a project, it hits your operating basis. So that's not passed on to renters. Renters do not pay property tax or property mills. So if you take that as a form of financing, you're then foregoing future net income in the form of an expense that you're giving up. So I guess the shorter answer is Lincoln's proposal for this site is to come out of pocket with capital to fund the gap in improvements. And we have the optionality to use some district mills if we desire.
And I apologize, this isn't my area, so I appreciate your patience. The LRA is financing and paying for the public improvement projects of $35.9 million, correct?
I believe the 35 includes the 13 district mills, if you look at the financing plan.
No,
I don't think so.
It doesn't.
No.
It's just being paid for by the actual TIF.
Yeah.
Is the $35.9 million.
And the agreement under the TIF was that the developer would absorb the additional costs. But then if we look at the Metro District, those costs that the Metro District, seems to me, that said, yes, we'll agree to absorb these costs, but actually we're not going to absorb these costs. We're going to pass it on through we're going to capture those through the Metro District. Is that accurate?
I don't know if we have the financing plan. We can put that from D.A. Davidson as an exhibit. Or if we have it, I can put it on the projector screen. Yeah, I'm happy to go through it. Sure. This is going to be fine print, so I apologize in advance. But if you have it on your screen, then you can also look at it.
Wonderful.
Sorry, this is going to be a lot of detail, but
No,
I
it's
think
okay.
you're getting into the weeds, so we're happy to go there.
There we go.
Okay, so this is going to be hard to follow, but this is the 35 million that you're looking at, and that's the debt. This is the issuance that we're talking about, okay? This is the D.A. Davidson plan. So D.A. Davidson is a third-party underwriter who does bonds for infrastructure like this all day long, and they're the experts. If I then go to this page, which is also a lot of really tiny numbers, there's 3 columns, but the first column is what's called district mills. So that's what you're talking about is 13 mills. The second column is URA mills, and this is, again, so our site is something like 90 mills in total. So in the beginning, we're getting a commitment of 81 mills from the taxing entities, and that's the increment. And then the reason that's not full is because, again, the county's only at 65,
Right.
and fire wouldn't give everything. And that declined, so we held the county at 65 the entire time as just a good base case for viability, right? What if
Right.
we don't ever give them more affordable and the city takes all the credit? And then it declines over time as the fire. So both of these columns are adding up to the increment that makes up that 35.
Right, so you're using the cost, and
Yeah.
I say you, I don't mean you personally, but
Yes.
this project contemplates the costs that were negotiated that the developer would absorb to then be captured on the, through the metro.
Our entire infrastructure budget that we put in service plan was 50 million.
Mhm.
This shows that we can get a financeable bond. We believe we can go to the bond market today, get a financeable bond that would give us project funds. It's actually less than 35 million. It's 35 in issuance, but it's 31 towards the project.
Sure.
The amount that goes to the project is, I believe, less than 25 if you just look at the URA. And then that is built up even more with some district mills. And again, those district mills are optional. The developer can forego those and come out of pocket if they'd rather do that today and not take an expense hit for 25 years of paying debt service or, charging themselves debt service. It's an optionality. But either way you look at it, the whole infrastructure budget, including our alternate, was 50, of which a little over 10 is for an alternate sewer connection. So knock it down to 40. The developer is going to come out of pocket for whatever the gap is. And the URA itself is funding less than 30 of it because it has 13 district mills in it.
Okay.
I know.
I may need to come
Yeah.
back and revisit some of this, but, so then oh shoot, I just lost my train of thought. So let me flip over until I can remember the other piece that I was going to tackle. So the service plan, I almost had it. The service plan, that's the only document with respect to the Metro District that's the legally binding document between you and the city, correct?
Yeah, so they're,
So far, I mean, I understand there's going to be some other documents that are going to be put together to lay out some more responsibilities.
yeah, there's a service plan and then an intergovernmental agreement.
The difficulty I'm having is this body has been faced with some folks who have been very upset with when they've been told that someone can build something as a matter of right. And as I read the service plan, it says we get to build, if we approve the service plan tonight, then you as the developer have the right to build what is portrayed as the preliminary plan, which is Exhibit H. And that is a plan level, plan level, as the crow flies, if you will, looking down at the buildings. And there's no discussion about the affordable housing. There's no discussion about when the affordable housing will be placed in there. And I'm not saying that you would do this, but from a legal perspective, it sounds to me like after we approve that Metro District, you can say, yeah, you know what? I don't really want to build that affordable housing. And as a matter of right, I get to build something that is quote unquote substantially similar to the preliminary plan. So that's probably one of the bigger pieces that I'm having some difficulty wrestling with. And I don't know if staff or someone else wants to address that. But I'm not saying you would do that, but I'm saying you could legally do that.
No,
and that scares me.
Okay, maybe I'll start it and then staff can pick up. So following this, so today's discussion is approval of the service plan. There has to be a level of flexibility within the service plan because it lives with the property and potentially into perpetuity is operating and maintaining some of the infrastructure. And so we need debt capacity in O&M mills and some of that structure of a service plan in order to say, even after the URA is gone in 25 years, if there's something wrong with the water and sewer, we have the ability to go fix it or finance it.
Right.
So that's what today you're approving a service plan that has flexibility. Then following that, it is my understanding that we'll work on a development agreement
Right.
that will then memorialize the affordable housing that you're
And
speaking to.
that's the only piece that gives me some guardrail, if you will, is that under what the service plan would say is that no debt could be issued until the development plan is approved. However, if you have a matter of right, if you will, to build what the preliminary plan is, which has no discussion about any of those things, I don't know how the city could require you to add these things into that plan if we've already said you get to build whatever as long as it's substantially similar to the preliminary plan.
Yeah.
So
fair
that's
enough. You may be asking for an amendment to the resolution that says there will be a contingent development agreement with 10% affordable. I'm not.
Well, I mean, I know there's going to be some discussion about adding some language saying that we're going to have some discussions or the other agreements are going to come to us. But we don't know that, for example, those plans are going to say that it's affordable housing, that it's going to be at a certain phase, it's going to be maintained at the 10%, all these things that I fully would expect that you would uphold to. I just worry about providing that blank check, crossing my fingers and hoping that we're not going to get hit, in my mind, again, because that feels like that's kind of happened to us and it's kind of fooled me once, fooled me twice kind of thing.
Yeah.
So let me go to another question. What would be the absolute last date that you would need for us to approve the Metro plan? Forget about the LRA, because I don't see any problems from the LRA perspective. On the Metro plan, what's your drop dead date on us giving you that approval to meet your fall election dates?
So the issue is in our mind as the developer, the URA and the Metro District go hand in hand.
Understood.
And so the URA provides this tax increment, which is wonderful, but we can't bond against that and we can't collect dollars or proceeds for upfront infrastructure from that unless we have an entity that we can do that against. And the city or the Economic Development Group or LRA is not willing to do that. So we actually have to form a Metro District in order to do that.
But you can issue bonds under the LRA without having a Metro District.
If the LRA was willing to take on that responsibility. And
Could
it's
you-
our understanding that they're not.
Could you form a separate entity that would have that responsibility?
That is the Metro District.
But does it have to be a Metro District that issues debt, or could it be a Metro District that removes some of these debt obligations and just purely functions as the vehicle to issue the bonds and nothing else? Is that a feasible vehicle?
I'm not sure I understand.
Sounds like in order for you to efficiently issue the bonds, from your perspective, you would need a Metro District.
Correct.
If we strip away all the other stuff, except allowing you to be able to effectively issue these bonds through a Metro District, would that suffice?
I think our red flag would be, we'd be happy to prepare a new service plan that stripped out, call it district mills, but we would not be able to take out O&M mills, and we would not be able to still operate the infrastructure without the Metro District.
Thank you. You just reminded me of the question that I forgot. So is there an alternative entity that could take care of the operating and maintenance costs? For example, I suspect you mentioned a community association, and I think of it almost akin, this is probably a terrible analogy, almost like a condominium association, right? Where if I buy into the condominium association, the outside walls, right, I own those in fee, I own those. I don't own what's on the other side of those walls, I own those in common, and all of that is administered by a condominium association. Could your community association effectively provide that same function of the maintenance and operating without having to go through a Metro District?
As the operator, there's no difference to us. However, we've had pretty substantial conversations at this point with Consolidated Mutual Water, with your Public Works team, and with Fire about what if we had a private, and frankly, with Green Mountain, who would require us to do a private system as well. Because of environmental, they want us to own and operate everything within our site. And so most of the entities would say they feel more comfortable having a Metro District operate public infrastructure or that quasi-private infrastructure than having to go through an HOA.
Okay, I mean, they're both legal entities, they're both quasi, right? Okay, I won't argue that. going to go back to the question I asked. What is your last date so that you can effectively put all this together that might make some of the modifications, allow some of these safeguards and promises, even if they're broad sweeps, saying that, bullet point, we're going to provide 10% affordable housing, we're going to provide this, it's going to be maintained. Or maybe by that time, the documents that we've been hearing about might be ready, so that all of it could be reviewed by this body as one package, as opposed to crossing our fingers that it all goes well.
Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
These are really good questions. You have very good
I don't know.
questions.
Thank you.
I think what's challenging in trying to answer the question is how there's so many different negotiations that are going on to address the services that need to be provided to this project that require the Metro District to exist. That is the reason why we need to get the approval of the service plan and know that it will exist, even though the election isn't until November, if that makes any sense what I'm saying, particularly the water sewer negotiations. I guess the question I have, and I'm just looking, I'm not the land use lawyer here, so I'm going to maybe ask staff to help me, but what you're saying is, it sounds to me like your question about the preliminary plan and the ability to have a right to proceed with development on that and have the Metro District do what it's supposed to do with the plans that are already in place. I don't think this service plan says that. I mean, what this service plan says is this district can't go forward and provide any services, issue any debt, or impose a mill levy until there's an approved development plan. And I don't think there is an approved development plan for this project, but I have to have staff clarify that.
No, I certainly, in all fairness, that there's no development plan, certainly nothing that's been, otherwise I would have expected we would have seen that already. All we have is a preliminary development plan, and that preliminary development plan is a single sheet of paper with a plan view looking down of the buildings with nothing much more than the number of units, but not the affordable units, just the number of total units in each building and the retail space. And that's it. There's no discussion about any of the other wonderful things that have been talked about in this project. And
I appreciate what you're saying, and,
Yeah.
and I agree with what you're saying, although I guess the one point that I want to make is that the decision on that agreement that contains all the points that you want addressed is the next step, and the district, again, will be able to proceed on its organization path, but won't be able to do anything until you as a council get the opportunity to review that development agreement and sign off on it. And I guess I defer to staff to say, am I accurate in that description?
Yeah, there's many steps ahead of us, including a development plan and a development agreement, both of which would be predicated on meeting the agreements that we've all made, which include 10% affordable housing. So there's no way that they can get to a point of developing without finishing those agreements.
if I was a developer and I said, hey, I want you to you city, I want you to rezone certain property to allow me to build this great development. And this great development is going to have the following attributes, and I list out these following attributes. And it's rezoned. And now at that point, I have, as a matter of right, to be able to build whatever it is that I want. And maybe those attributes are included, maybe those aren't. I know that's not a perfect link, but again, I'm concerned that the service plan, and we've seen in other metro districts where there are those promises of, this is the plan that we were going to build.
So let me give an example of something similar. So we do, with most site plans, we do public improvement agreements. So in other words, you as the developer have a right to build this building with this use in it. However, we have other city laws that say you need to meet these traffic rules, and therefore you need to do these improvements on the streets around your building. So regardless of their entitlement to do that use, that can't proceed until they've completed their public improvement agreement. We've signed off on it, and it meets all of our standards in order to get their entitlement. This is the same thing. We all have an agreement. You have an agreement with if you approve this, you have an agreement with this developer that they'll provide 10% affordable. So we will not be able to proceed it's in the development agreement that is a requirement to proceed.
I understand that.
And if I could just add to that. So the way it's been anticipated is that if this is approved as expected, if this is approved as offered, then this body would cede the authority to oversee the development to the Lakewood Reinvestment Authority. So this body would be sitting in that capacity and participating in the approval of public financing agreements, redevelopment agreements. All of those things need to happen in order for this public financing from the TIF to exist and service this service plan. So that's the way it's been anticipated up till now. If council wants to have sort of a duplicative review and council reviews the development agreement and then the authority also reviews the development agreement, there's nothing stopping us from doing that. But it's been anticipated that at this juncture it would be ceded to the subsequent body of the Lakewood Reinvestment Authority to actually control those development agreements.
But unless we make a change to the normal process, this is the last opportunity that this body would have to weigh in on what you just discussed.
Unless you're specifically asking to review the development agreement in addition to the Lakewood Reinvestment Authority, that's true.
Okay. So this gets back to the question that we've kind of been dancing around a little bit. Do we know what the last date is to allow the developer to accomplish what it's trying to do so that we can have revisions should this body feel that it's necessary? Do we know what that last date is? Is it today? Is it tomorrow?
I think this gets back to what Ms. McGeady was saying, is that this is technically not the last day, but we are waiting to create these entities so that we can actually bring these development agreements, these public financing agreements forward for approval as anticipated through the Lakewood Reinvestment Authority.
I'll let others ask. I know I've been talking for a while.
Okay.
So thank you.
I have at least 2 more hands up right now, and I'll just note that we do have a check-in at 11 o'clock for council to decide if we want to continue for the evening as it is getting late. We will first go to our counselors for comment, and then I will come back at 11 o'clock for a check-in. Councilor Lowe and then Councilor Isabel Cruz.
I think I'm going to triage a little bit, given the lateness of the hour. I want to try to build just a little bit on. Thank you, Councilor Ryan. I honestly think this is a very important issue that you're raising. So thank you, and I think thanks for the thoughtful questions. So just to clarify, the intent, as I understand it, is there will be a developer agreement in which it will be laid out much more explicitly that 10% of the units are set aside at, and this actually gets to Councilor Nystrom's question too, that it makes explicit that 10% of the units are deed restricted at 60% AMI, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so,
Correct.
and if I understood the exchange that just happened, that doesn't have to go back to council to review, but it does have to go back to the Lakewood Reinvestment Authority, which has 13 members of which has 15 members of which 11 are represented here on this dais, right?
Correct.
Okay. What document says that the LRA has to go back and sign off on this again and sign off specifically on a developer agreement before this development can actually be built? What says that?
There's not a specific code provision. I think the thought was, and this can be handled by the finance group, but the thought was that the LRA is going to be approving the public financing documents, and also that the development agreement is largely going to state more specifically the set aside, the specifics of the financing, the plans for the TIF, and the sort of incremental contributions we're seeing from those taxing entities. So because the LRA was already going to be reviewing that, the thought was that the development agreement would go before the LRA, because they're essentially going to be reviewing all of that subsequent. Now, there is still potentially something that will come before council to include the parkland dedication,
Sure.
but that's separate and apart from this.
Okay, but at the risk of asking a slightly dumb question, we're about to approve, I mean, we're tonight not just voting on the Metro District, we're also approving a bunch of the LRA documents, including the IGA, that the LRA has already approved, right?
Yes, the IGA is an attachment to this service plan. So you are approving, tonight it would be the Metro District Service Plan, the IGA, and then the formation of the URA that's already happened with those 3 prepared documents.
So I think Councilor Ryan's central concern that I do just want to try to see if we can get a clear answer on is, like, I think we all believe up here that we're acting in good faith. I think we have no reason to doubt that the developer is not acting in good faith. I think none of us are suggesting that anyone is acting in bad faith. But as a legal matter, I just want to be very explicit about this. What is to stop after we approve this? All the IGA associated with the LRA, with the Urban Renewal Authority, and also this Metro District. What happens if the newly created Metro District does go out and issue a bunch of debt, and just, I don't know, a bunch of people change over, and the new people involved say, actually, we really don't want to set aside 10% affordable housing. As a legal matter, are they not allowed to build until the developer agreement is approved by the LRA subsequently?
The city would then seek to enforce the development agreement, so it would essentially begin litigation if they were not going to conform with the development agreement and then the other documents that the city executes, such as the public financing agreements and obligations to these other taxing entities. So we would commence litigation.
Sure. I think we're all sold that once we have a developer agreement in hand that's been signed off on that says all that, we're covered. The question is, between now and actually getting the developer agreement, what protects the city from this 2,000 unit development being built? Because we've got this period between now and when the developer agreement is actually drafted. So what legal assurances do we have that, like, this whole project is not going to move forward until we get that developer agreement finalized and signed? I think that's the core of Councilor Ryan's question, as I understand it.
I think this gets back to the LRA and the LRA's authority and how it's constituted. The magnitude of these agreements, the LRA cannot act simply on the executive director's authority. They would have to come to the LRA for board approval for this type of development.
For what? But what is it that the LRA hasn't approved yet that we need to approve for this project to move forward?
The LRA would be certainly reviewing the public financing agreement, and it's anticipated that they would be reviewing as well the development agreement, because the public financing agreement is going to reference the development agreement. So the development agreement is anticipated to be, if all of these entities are created, between the LRA, the city, and the Metro District, and the developer. So there are, as we've stated before, there are these entities that need to exist in order to bring those to the LRA. But in terms of the LRA's authority, those have to come to the LRA board.
Okay, so before these bonds can be issued, the LRA doesn't. Everyone, it sounds like everyone, that the applicant and the staff are in total agreement that what's the term of art, what's the document that the LRA has to still approve, the finance agreement?
Yes, I'm anticipating that it's both the financing agreement and the development agreement, which is also a necessary requirement in order to issue debt through the Metro District. So all of this hinges on subsequent approval.
Okay, so the debt can't be issued until the financing agreement is in place. The financing agreement has to come back in front of the LRA for a vote by the 15-member LRA.
That's right.
Does the applicant accept that view? Okay. Okay, so the LRA would have to sign off on that, and it sounds like the pretty strong signal you're getting from some of us is the 11 of us. I don't want to speak for the 11 of us. Certainly speaking for myself, it is really important, I think, to get the assurances that Councilor Ryan is talking about codified in a developer agreement and get that down on paper and have those come in front of the LRA along with this financing agreement that if I understand this correctly, is necessary to be approved before debt can be issued, and the debt has to be issued before anything can be built. Is that a fair summary of this? Okay. On that basis, I'm comfortable moving forward tonight, but I think that's an important clarification. And given the lateness of the, I think I'm going to, do I have anything else? Just absolutely. Let me ask one other very quick question. This could be another slightly dumb question. One of the several presentations we got in, and one of the, honestly, I don't even remember, there's enough different agreements, I'm not sure whether it's in the service plan or in the Metro District part or the URA part, but the max 50 mils and the max 65 mils, just to be clear, that's a property tax mill on top of the base rate, right? So there's the TIF piece, which is like the value capture that you get from the existing property tax. But then the Metro District does have the authority to impose an additional max 65 mils on top of that go above and beyond the sort of the base mill rate that a property pays if it's not in a Metro District. Do I have that correct?
Yes, it's independent. So the URA is the existing property tax. And on the Metro side, the mills that can be issued for debt and for operations and maintenance is on top of what would be what it would be received from the URA or the LRA.
Okay, so the bottom line, the maximum property tax in this area is the current property tax mills that are in place plus up to an additional 65 mills, which is the financing that we're putting in, that we're authorizing for the Metro District specifically.
Correct.
And so I guess just final question on that. One of the points that was made in one of the presentations on page 2 of the service plan is, quote, none of the property within the district is intended to be developed as for sale residential property. Therefore, the specific provisions of Ordinance 24-33 and the city code apply to the district have been specifically set forth in the service plan. Sorry. Basically, there's this reference on page 2 that talks about basically we're not doing any for sale property, and if I can kind of put that paragraph in plain language, I took that as certain elements of the ordinance that council passed in December 2024 assume for sale, like disclosure requirements if you're doing property. And so this is basically a somewhat legal way of saying we're not doing any for sale on this property, and therefore like the disclosure requirements that are involved if someone is acquiring a for sale property don't apply to us. Is that reasonable?
That's correct. The applicant did go back through after passage of the Metro District ordinance and did incorporate the provisions that do apply for rent properties. But for instance, like shall make every endeavor to mark on the MLS that it's in a Metro, all of those ones, like you said, the disclosure piece, those were not incorporated because it's not going to be for sale. They did indicate, obviously, that if this ever changed from a for rent product to a for sale product, it would have to come back to the city council for an amendment. So. Okay. So could I ask just one final question to the applicant? And I want to make, this is not a deal breaker for me on this whole project, but why no for sale properties in this? I can think of any number of reasonable answers to that question, given the sort of the public policy environment. But why is this all intended to be rental?
I think Travis touched on this in our study session. So first, the zoning density here is a minimum of 30 dwelling units per acre. So that immediately strips away townhomes, and so we'd be talking about condos. And because of construction defect in Colorado, it's just prohibitive. You're not seeing that happen unless it's at a very high price point.
Got it.
For
Okay.
insurance reasons.
Thank you. This is obviously an incredibly complicated piece of business. Based on what I've heard tonight, given the need for remediation, the fact that this is a financing mechanism that accomplishes that, the need for more housing, the plan, as I understand it, with assurances for 10% set aside of affordable units, the green space, the public improvements, all of the other things. I think this is, very complicated and on balance a really, really big win for Lakewood. And based on everything I've heard tonight, I'm comfortable moving forward at this time.
Okay, I have promised Councilor Isabel Cruz that we'll go before a time check. It is 11:05, so after you, Councilor Cruz, we'll do a time check.
All right, I'm turning my stopwatch on for my 5 minutes, but I don't think I'll use all of it. So I just had two final questions. So one of the provisions around creating a metro district, as we've heard, is kind of the affordable service provision nature. And so looking in the kind of bond breakdown that we're given, it seems like the potential interest cost is projected to be around 6.15%, unless I'm reading that incorrectly, or maybe 6.25. Just curious, like what getting financing in the private market or through another means would look like, to just further illustrate how this compares with regard to cost.
I'm sorry, we thought we brought the whole team today. I don't have D. Davidson, so I'm not sure what the incremental increase in the coupon rate would be if it was private debt versus public like this.
I can try. This is Mary Ann. The 6 point whatever rate that's in that plan is a tax exempt interest rate. And so a taxable interest rate obviously is going to be higher because whoever receives the interest is going to have to pay tax on that income. And so that's why, maybe 200 basis points at least on the difference. The other is in this market when you're doing, public debt that's issued by a government, the market for that is 25, 30-year debt, that kind of thing. For private placement debt that is taxable, it is very difficult to find buyers for that for repayment for that length of time, and so the interest rates are higher for that reason as well. Is that responsive to your
absolutely.
question?
Thank you. So I think that pretty clearly demonstrates that this is the most affordable and cost-effective way of moving forward on that, which I think is helpful. And then the other kind of question with regard to the Metro District proposal, it has like the state maximum ceilings around mills and around debt, but it seems like from the numbers that have been put forth that the projected cost, or what's projected from the Metro District, is not going to arrive anywhere near that amount. And so I'm wondering why the service plan kind of proposes up to that amount, even though I think in just thinking about like what our powers are and what kind of further assurance we can give to the citizens. To me, like I'm just wondering why the proposal has like that high ceiling if the proposed need for this type of financing in this capacity doesn't reach nearly that amount.
Good question. This financing plan for the installation of these improvements and the support of the initial development is very reliant on the sharing of revenue through the LRA. The district, though, is going to exist into perpetuity and is going to have responsibility for repair, replacement, that kind of thing. And so looking out to the point in time when those services need to be provided, there may be additional debt that needs to be issued, and if there's no LRA revenue sharing, the mill levy is going to go up to pay for that. Is that going to be 35, 40 years from now? Probably. But we, in the initial service plan, need to anticipate that, because otherwise we'd need to have another funding source, whether a commitment of another government to take that service over for us, which obviously we don't think is a reasonable expectation at this point. So that's why it reads that way.
Okay, that's helpful. So in a case in which this initial service plan were to have a lower ceiling and the district needed to make that ceiling higher, is that within the capabilities of then something that a future council could then make a decision on in a future proposal?
So yeah, if there was a request to issue additional debt that wasn't covered in the original service plan, there would need to be a service plan amendment, and that would need to come back to whatever council was seated.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm trying to navigate, just for my thinking, I'm just trying to navigate that this is going to be a situation in which the end user, it's a slightly different relationship there, right, with a for rent property. And so just want to make sure we have as many guardrails as possible for the renters and for the folks who are living there with regard to how much money can be raised through this. So just putting that out there for the conversation around amendments.
Do you want me to give you a response from a staff why I'm comfortable with that
Sure.
amount? So the 50 mils is a standard as to what's given, and it's partially what she was talking about in terms of that you can't, or you want to have a sort of a backup plan that if the URA is not going to be able to supply it through its revenue, you have some other avenue to be able to generate revenue. But also in this particular case, because they have additional public improvement that's not being proposed to be paid for by the LRA, that's an additional reason why they would need the debt. And the third reason is because with operations and maintenance, they're not going to generate enough revenue at the beginning through mills because there isn't enough property that or construction that's been completed. So the amount that's paid in through the mill's not going to be worth very much at the beginning. So they have to have a large amount of mills in order to, at the beginning, be able to get enough money to pay for the operations and the maintenance until they can bring down those mills once they are worth more. Does that make sense? So having that flexibility is important for the initial success of the project.
All done? Okay. It is 11:12 p.m. and per our policies and procedures, council has a check-in at 11 o'clock to decide whether we feel like we can continue and finish this meeting tonight or if we may instead adjourn and pick up the conversation at a later date. So I would put it on the table. Would love to see or hear council comments. Are we feeling good to go? It does feel like we're close. However, it is late. So any thoughts?
I have a question for my colleagues, which is, are there additional questions that folks need answered in order to be able to vote on either or both of these items? And then I think the second question is, are there major amendments planned? Because I think if the answer to either of those are yes, then I don't know that we'll get through them successfully. But if everybody is feeling as clear as I am, then that's less time. And then I think, continuing the discussion organically makes sense.
So do we feel like we have a number of more questions and or amendments? So we feel like we're ready to move.
I apologize. I don't feel like I have the head bandwidth to offer any amendments. I'm happy to move forward with the vote if that's what folks want to do. But that's why I asked the question, I think, 3 times as to whether, with respect to the Metro District, is today the day? Can we wait until later or not? And I've just signaled where I'm sitting with respect to Metro District.
Councilor Lowe.
I think my core questions have been answered at this time, and I would be comfortable moving forward. I guess, Councilor, I do have a question. Based on the information we just got, I do feel like the central worry, which I think is reasonable, about sort of getting this committed on paper and in a legally binding way. I think the answer I heard is this debt can't be issued until a finance agreement comes back in front of the LRA. LRA is not council, but I feel like it has enough of an overlapping membership that's a pretty meaningful checkpoint. And since we got on the record a commitment that the financing agreement has to be approved by the LRA first, and that would be brought to us with a developer agreement, I guess that's
I have a point
reason.
of order.
Sure.
Is this question going to let you know whether or not you want to continue the meeting or stop the meeting?
Fair. Well, I think I guess I do see them as linked because this is the central. I guess that my question for Councilor Ryan is does he need additional either amendments or assurances on that point to move forward? Because if not, that seems to be the substantive question that would determine whether how close we are to landing this plane.
the fundamental problem I have on the Metro District piece is we are being asked as this body, the City Council, to approve something that is ill-defined in my opinion. When we were looking at the model plans, and someone in one of the presentations said we're following the city's model service plan. Well, there is no model service plan. But when we looked at other cities' model service plan, it does say this is what we're going to build. We're going to build something, and it's defined at least in broad sweeps. We have none of that. We're asked to simply sign or to hand over the blank check, sign it, and expect that the LRA will do the job that we have not done. That's the part that I am uncomfortable with. So, you know, the LRA certainly will review something, but it wasn't even entirely clear that there was a solid basis for requiring it to go to the LRA for approval. And so, you know, if I was just playing devil's advocate, if the plans are presented at the LRA and we go, well, what the F? This isn't what we were expecting, and we said no, then we've opened up an argument that, well, maybe our process wasn't even followed because there is no requirement that it go for another approval with the LRA. I don't know. To me, there's way too many pieces on the Metro District. I want to see this property cleaned up. I'm certainly in favor of the urban renewal district and let it sort out. I would just like more specificity in the service plan, and if they could come back with a better service plan, I think that would behoove us to take a look at that. But that's just one person's opinion.
Okay, so back to the question on the table. Are we continuing tonight's meeting or do we adjourn?
I would encourage us to get these two matters voted on and then check in again.
Councilor Sinks.
So you said, or adjourn, does that mean we wouldn't have another public comment, or we would just leave right now without? Correct? Okay.
I would like to do general public comment. I've been waiting for 3 hours. I really want to say something.
The floor is not open. We'll have public comment when we have public comment. Thank you. We're trying to figure out how to finish the meeting.
I would support I agree with Councilor Maya-Guerrero. I would try to close out these two agenda items.
Okay. All right. Councilor Nystrom, comment?
Yeah, I would prefer to vote on the URA, but not the Metro District for all the reasons that Councilor Ryan alluded to, and I have some other concerns about it. So,
Point of order. The question is whether or not we can continue the meeting. If there is a move to try to take a specific agenda item and move it to a date certain in order for that, for more information to be gathered or for more amendments to be thought about or more work to be done, that is something that can be considered on each one, and the council can then vote on it. But as a point of order, that is like actually not the discussion of this moment.
So I'm sensing an appetite to go ahead and move forward with the issues in front of us on hand, and councilors are welcome to bring forward amendments or whatnot if we want to move any of them to a different date. But for the time being, what I'm hearing is council's ready to take up these conversations. So can I get nods? Are we all ready to proceed? Okay. All right, we have consensus to go ahead and continue. With that being said, can I get a motion, please, on item 11D? Mr. Robb, I think you've already read this into the record.
I read 11D, I did not read 11E.
So 11D, may I have a motion, please?
I move for the adoption of Resolution 2025-27.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we have any council amendments that would like to bring forward? And for clarification, 11D is on the Metro District. So I have no hands up for amendments to be brought forward. That tells me that we are ready to vote. So with that,
Mayor.
now I have hands up. Not sure how to handle that. Counselor Ryan, then Counselor Lowe.
I move to table item 11D till such time as the applicant has an opportunity to revise its service plan in conformity with the discussion tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to table 11D until, I'm not sure we have clarity, or as the applicant, do you guys have clarity on what that would mean? What we would be asking for you before we come back?
I guess there's a couple questions. Because this is a public hearing on the service plan, rather than table, you would be continuing to a specific date and time would be our request.
Right.
For clarity, I'm not sure exactly what you want us to conform to, so a little more clarity there would be helpful.
You may be right. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
You may be right as to the identifying when it's continued to, which is why I asked the question of when, what's our date. So
Yesterday.
I wasn't trying to just be a nag. That's why I was trying to ask the date, when.
Yeah. So what you're asking for, I just want to clarify, what you're asking for is a continuance so that the applicant can revise the service plan to put something in it that addresses the questions or concerns you have. Is that correct?
Well, I think there was several of them, but at the very least, some sort of outline as to the agreements that are being drafted as to the substance of what
Point of order. Sorry, I think we're asking for amendments though, but we didn't agree as a body to the amendments. So I think
I think she was trying to ask what the amendment, how the amendment would read, if you will.
right, but we never took an action as a group to say this is what we want. So are we doing that in response to what the applicant's about to tell us?
I simply made a motion, and there was asked for a clarification as to what that motion would be.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Can you continue, Counselor Ryan, what your clarification would be so the applicant understands what you're asking for?
So the applicant has made certain promises as to what the development would entail, including a number of attributes. The highlight for me would be affordable housing. So to the extent that there's language that's added in there that the applicant would maintain, for example, 10% at all phases, that it would be building, those types of things that have been included in all the presentations in the material, not including just the presentation today, but the material that was posted online.
Okay, so I guess in my mind, there's two different things, because one, what you're asking about is what would be in the development agreement and the public finance agreement. Is that correct? I mean, I'm stepping into the URA space because that's not my space, but all of the details you're talking about would be in those documents. Is that correct?
Well,
because the question you're asking in some ways, and I'm sorry, it's 11:24, so maybe I'm not being very diplomatic. I'm just processing.
Oh, feel free.
But what you're asking for is really for the negotiation on those two agreements to be solidified to the point where we could pull things out of it and put it in our service plan. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
and I don't know what the schedule is for that. But coming back, I'm sorry.
No. So actually, and it's specific to the Metro District.
Well,
this is not the LRRA. So the things that are promised in the Metro District, that in order to build the Metro District, certain things were promised that they would be built. right?
Well-
And those have been made repeatedly on Lakewood Speaks, at the LRA meeting. And so to the extent those do not appear on the preliminary plan, and it could be very simple. I mean, on your preliminary plan, it says, and I don't mean you personally, but in the preliminary plan, which if I remember correctly is Exhibit H, says that here's the number of units that we're going to build in each building. Here's the amount of retail space. We could simply add things, and this is the number of affordable housing units. This is in Exhibit H, the affordable housing unit number.
This is the service plan, so any substantial deviation from the service plan goes back for an amendment.
I'm not going to interrupt him.
There's a breakout for each phase of affordable with the number of units. So if all you're asking for is that affordable is included in the plan, it is in the plan today.
With I'm sorry to be a stickler, but the preliminary plan is identified as Exhibit H and nothing else. And so the only thing that is promised in the service plan that the developer is required to build in substantial similarity is that which is specified in Exhibit H. If we want to expand the language to include, Exhibit H and something else, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
I'm sorry to be stickler there.
That's very clear.
Okay, as
Okay.
long as you understand.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes.
My understanding is that there is a desire to have city council approval of the development plan. Would it be sufficient to amend the resolution before this body to include that the development agreement is brought before this board for approval?
Apparently.
I don't know
Mayor
because
Pro
I'm
Tem.
not sure I'm thinking clearly.
Mayor Pro Tem. Well, okay, wait a minute. We have a motion, and then a motion on the floor. So before we go down a rabbit hole of adding more things, can we, so yours was to table it potentially to a date certain or more clarity. Mayor Pro Tem has a possible amendment idea that, will you just read that and let's see if that might answer the concern, and maybe you might be willing to remove yours and vote on the initial, and maybe not. We'll decide.
Okay, so proposing an amendment, whereas the city council will be reviewing and approving agreements arising out of the development process, including but not limited to a development agreement addressing site-specific concerns and mitigation of project impacts, an affordable housing agreement outlining the specific requirements for creating and maintaining affordable housing units, and a parkland and open space dedication, all of which will set forth the city council's project aspirations and requirements, and which will be made binding.
Does that sufficiently address it?
I'm sorry, it doesn't, because it doesn't promise to do anything other than it just simply says, hey, there's going to be some agreements that are going to be presented. We still don't have any ability to bind the developer to do what it is that's promised. And again, I'm not saying the developer's not going to do what was promised.
I understand that. Let's go ahead and vote then. We have a motion, a second motion on the floor, and a second. So this initial vote would be to table, although we don't have a date certain.
So here are some options. Our next regular meeting is June 9th. And then we don't have another regular meeting where you take action until July 14th. After that is July 28th. So those are your options. June 9th, July 14, and July 28.
Okay. And I don't know a lot about the development process, but it seems to me like we may be asking for specifics that could take more than a month to get.
We believe there may be a noticing process that requires us to eliminate June 9th.
I think so too.
So for those that are listening, not here in the room, the applicant has said that there is a noticing process that may actually that would disqualify June 9th as our actual next date.
Right. So with that in mind, we're at July 14 or July 28.
Okay, I have a point of information from Councilor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. This will impact my vote on this. So Councilor Ryan just stated that H is all that we are voting on, or that is legally binding. My understanding is this entire 88-page document is the legally binding agreement, which does include the affordable housing pieces. So I just want to understand what we're voting on is legally binding in this document that we've been presented.
And I apologize, Councilor Cruz. I was looking at the timeline for notification. Can you please repeat your question?
Essentially, like, this whole service plan is what we are voting on and what will be legally binding, which includes exhibits outlining required or proposed affordable housing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we know July. I would ask staff, like, can we just say July tonight? And if this passes, then at some point we come back at one of those 2 meetings in July?
Or does it need a date?
Do we need a date?
Certain. We are continuing the outcome of a quasi
Public
judicial
hearing.
hearing, so we do need a date certain.
Okay.
Either one of those dates is probably equally fine.
Okay,
Right.
July 14th?
Yes.
Okay.
If that's what you want.
So, upcoming vote, Counselor?
I do have a question I would like answered before I vote on this. Sorry.
Counselor Lowe has a question before we vote on this.
Sorry. Two quick questions for staff. Ms. Hodson, just to make this super crystal clear, I think this question was already answered, but I just guess I want this on the record. If this doesn't, if we were to approve the Metro District Plan, Service Plan, and the URA tonight, you are committed to making sure that the finance agreement comes in front of the LRA, and that it is coupled with a developer agreement that makes these affordable housing targets explicit, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. We still never quite got an answer to Councilor Ryan's question that he's posed 4 or 5 times now, which is, if we delay to July 14th or July 28th, what is the implication of that? My sense from reading faces in the room is it's bad, but can someone explain, my understanding is the problem if we do that is we miss the ability to have this, to have an election in November, that there's not realistically going to be time, and that the entire Metro District process has to be postponed for a year, which imposes massive delays on this entire plan. Is that correct? Because I just feel like that the answer to that question actually profoundly impacts whether it's wise to delay to July or not.
I think it's twofold. We're up against elections, and then we're also trying to make progress on our sewer and water solution.
Okay, so if we were delayed to July 14th, you would have serious concerns about whether there would be time to put together an election in November to elect the directors that govern the Metro District in November, correct?
I'll let Mary Ann answer that, but I think it's a day-for-day delay in any progress we make on water and sewer, which we are all anxious to make progress on as well.
Right.
Yeah, I think we have time. If we move into July, a continued meeting in July, we would still have time to get to November. I guess my concern is whether or not all the information will be available to get dropped into the service plan document, what is being asked for, and have the notice, basically have it available in advance of that July meeting and all the different steps that are required for that purpose. I mean, I don't know what to say after that.
Okay.
Because again, it's a development of the development agreement and that finance agreement, which is not available yet.
All right. Thank you. I really genuinely think Councilor Ryan has brought up some very thoughtful questions. Between the uncertainty that delaying to July would pose, Councilor Isabel Cruz's point that all the appendices are part of this plan and the affordable targets are at least referenced in one of those appendices, and the city manager's commitment and the commitment of all of our staff that the finance agreement will come in front of the LRA and be coupled with the developer agreement that will make these targets more explicit. I would advocate for council moving forward tonight, but I certainly don't in any way question Councilor Ryan's points and the validity of the concerns he's raising. Nevertheless, given everything I've heard tonight, I'm comfortable moving forward tonight. And therefore, I would vote no on postponing.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on whether we move this forward to July 11th. So a no vote is we're not moving it forward. A yes vote would be we would be moving it forward, or I'm sorry, July 14th. Shoot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes is a continuance.
Mr. Robb, I just did an accidental wrong vote. How do I undo a vote?
Yes means we're delaying. No means we vote.
You can clear the votes and start over?
Okay, I'm sorry, you guys, I'm gonna have to clear everybody.
There you go.
Okay, so, yes, I think, are you saying that different though than I am? Yes means we are continuing. No.
Yeah, continuance to July 14th. Yes. No means we are pressing forward tonight.
Got it. And that fails. The no's being Strom, LeBure, Matt Guerrero, Sharazai, Sinks, Cruz, I, Lowe, and Furman. All right, so that takes us back to the original motion on the floor, which is the resolution as stated, or ordinance. I'm lost on page. Resolution, yes, resolution as stated. We're ready to vote on that? Do we have any amendments? Okay. Councilor Isabel Cruz.
I liked the Mayor Pro Tem's proposed amendment. It didn't.
Okay, read it again.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, so I would propose to amend the resolution to include the language, whereas the City Council will be reviewing and approving agreements arising out of the development process, including but not limited to a development agreement addressing site-specific concerns and mitigation of project impacts, an affordable housing agreement outlining the specific requirements for creating and maintaining affordable housing units, and a parkland and open space dedication, all of which set forth the City Council's project aspirations and requirements, and which will be made binding.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilor Ryan, have your hand up.
I wonder if you might be willing to do a friendly amendment, just given that it's phrased as a whereas clause, to the extent it has any binding authority. If we made it, instead of a whereas clause, we made it the new paragraph 3 and renumber the other two paragraphs accordingly, so that they would just be renumbered.
Applicant has a response.
I'm sorry, can the applicant make a comment? If it is in the recitals, it would still be a part of the assumptions in approving what comes next. If you make it one of the numbered conditions, then when we go to district court, the judge might say, you need to show you've met that condition, and if we don't have the development agreement and financing plan gone through the whole process before we have to go to district court, which is not that much not that many weeks from now, we won't get our election ordered. I don't mean to be difficult, but
No.
that's how that works.
I withdraw the request.
Okay, then we have a motion on the floor and a second to incorporate this amendment to the resolution. Please cast your vote. A yes would be to add the amendment in. All right, that passes 10 yeses and 1 no, the no being Nystrom. Okay, on to the resolution. Oh wait, we already have that on the floor, so we need to note as amendment, and we are voting as amended. Ms. McKinney-Brown, do you need anything different from us than that?
No.
Okay, okay, perfect, thank you. So next vote will be, excuse me, for the resolution R2025-27, item 11D. The vote yes would be voting for the resolution as amended. Please cast your votes. Okay, that passes 8 yeses, 3 noes, the noes being Ryan, Cruz K, and Nystrom. All right, thank you, everybody. It is 11:42. Per our policies and procedures, we have a check-in every hour, so I guess we were a little bit late, so we'll go a little bit after midnight if the need occurs. Mr. Robb, will you read 11E into the record, please?
Item 11E, R 2025-28, approving the urban renewal URA plan for Bend at Lakewood.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move for the adoption of Resolution 2025-28.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we have any amendments to this one? Okay, seeing none, we can go ahead and cast our votes. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Okay, thank you, everyone. Now is the point in the agenda that we open public comment, non-agended items. I actually have no one signed up here, but I did hear a voice in the back. So, okay, perfect, thank you.
For general public comment, we have Regina Hopkins, then Dan Basole, and then Lex.
Thank you, Mr. Robb.
Are we ready?
One minute, 1 second.
Go ahead, Regina.
All right, Regina Hopkins, Ward 5. I've been waiting for about 4 hours to speak tonight. I have been a reasonable citizen, I would say, this whole time, but I am furious. Have any of you been out to Belmar Park tonight? Any of you seen what they did? Anyone been out there? You need to go see what they did. There are trees murdered, and not only trees, wildlife, scattered, dead wildlife on that whole site. This is absolutely not okay. And you all need to take responsibility for this, because you sit there and say, we can't do anything. Our hands are tied. You know what I did today? I stopped them from cutting down the 7 remaining trees myself. How can you all sit here saying you can't do anything when I, one citizen, was able to stop them from cutting every single tree there? We had a injunction in place and a restraining order on the way when they kept cutting all those trees down. Our group is not done fighting, and we're not going to be done fighting until we save those trees in that property. There are so many violations of the standards that were not heard at the Planning Commission hearing, and they went and clear-cutted it as soon as they could. It's a destroyed murder scene out there. There are animals, and can we get the picture of the dead squirrels? Can we put it up here? Is it possible to do this? Yeah. That's right out there today, right now. There's several dead squirrels out there from the trees that were trying to seek refuge in the trees that were fallen. Today, they were trying to climb up there in refuge. They're squashed. These are responsible decisions. You all have an important decision in your hands, and I want all of the city of Lakewood to know, I want all of you out, all of you to be voted out. There's a few of you on here I would say okay, a few of you that actually listen, most of you need out. We need a body of people who will not just say pretend words about sustainability, environment, and how dare you ever use the words affordable housing ever again. This was not affordable housing. None of this was. I am absolutely furious, and we have a community of Lakewood citizens that are absolutely outraged like me. We have people crying out there, hugging each other. This is like a vigil out there. How can you all sit here and do this? You did have something to do. I did it. How could you not? This is ridiculous. All of y'all need to be voted out. And shame on you, Kathy Hodgins, $465,000 a year salary. She makes more than the governor of Colorado, president of the United States. Yes, that's right, Jesselyn. And the Colorado governor. It is true. We have public records.
Ms. Hopkins, your
Kathy
time is up.
Hodgins. Shame on Travis Parker, too.
Next up, I have Lex, and then Scott McKenzie.
I'm going to say it again. You all have the imperative responsibility as human beings on this planet, this one planet that we have, to do what you can to listen to your heart on what we are supposed to do. All this tonight, I heard so many questions from this council, and almost all of them had to do with money. But I'm here to tell you that money does not make the world turn. And you can have all the money you want. If we burn down all the trees, if we cut down all the trees, if we kill all the wildlife, if we pollute all the water, there's going to be nothing left. There is time to make a difference. We have the ability to make a difference, but we have to stop following the rules and instead follow our hearts. Calling the police when there are people in medical crises having medical drug addiction, that's not going to solve it, but it is your responsibility to do something at the city. I'm talking about those drug explosions that were talked about earlier today. Because it's all connected. The trees, the people who are hurting, we're all connected. This earth is screaming. And it is your job to listen. And it is your job to act with your heart and with compassion. So I hope you listen to what I'm saying today and think about it. Go home tonight and think about it and let it move you. Because you have the choice, you have the ability. If we all stand together in unity, we can change the world and we can make the world a better place. Because we all want that. But we have to put these ideas of money and profit and following these rules of order, because that's not what we're here for. You know what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott McKenzie.
So you can clearly hear that there's a lot of passion. I've seen many people crying today, many people holding each other, sharing memories of that tree, that cottonwood tree that has been here before Lakewood. I've seen the death, I've done the research, I know that there is very real risks for federal and state laws that protect wildlife. And these high-rise, this 5-story apartment complex and their reflective windows is gonna be a massive graveyard. And we have falcons and all these beautiful animals that migrate through our area. And as they migrate through, they find a death trap. This is a real concern held by what Regina and the Save Belmar Foundation, 9,000 residents. And those are the people who were able to be exposed to the petition. There's so many people. I speak for so many people. My community, we've helped clean up the Lakewood Gulch. Over the last 3 years, we've cleaned up nearly 1,000 buckets. Just spending our free time every Monday. Originally, we were going to pick up the Lakewood Gulch today. We've already picked up 150 buckets of trash. We care so much. And sometimes it comes out with rage, and sometimes it comes out with tears, but it's coming out. There are so many people who are so devastated by what's happening at Belmar Park, and they don't know who to get help from. They need help to save what they love. And they love Belmar so much, as I'm sure you do as well. These are real concerns. And it's not, money is a part of everything that you're talking about. But when we start dividing up the world into dollar-sized chunks and giving away our common wealth, what we all should have access to private companies who are selling luxury apartments. There's so many people who are having such a hard time finding a place to live right now because they can't afford anything. And then you come at us with, hey, we're gonna build apartments for you that no one can afford. I believe in self-care, I believe in earth care, and I believe in people care. And when I can't come to my beloved park and get the mental health refuge that I need, you've stolen my self-care. When I can't come to the earth and commune with it, when you start slashing down these trees, you've ruined that earth care. And when these people, these 9,000 people who are just like, no, this is our neighborhood, this is our sacred ground where we have raised our kids, these are the trees that we have climbed, the turtles that we have fallen in love with, this is people care. And I urge you to care. That's why you're here, because you care about Lakewood and the people in Lakewood. So as a proud, loving citizen, please help us. We need you. We need every single one of you. Think from your heart. Think longer than just the next election.
Your time is expired. I'm sorry.
For the generations to come.
Thank you. All right. Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and, did you have any more, Mr. Rob?
I don't.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
We'll go ahead and close our second public comment for the evening. And for the record, we do, in our policies and procedures, every single meeting at 11 o'clock, we will do a time check. So since public comment does occur at the end, it is not guaranteed on any one meeting that we'll have the second. So just something to be aware of. If you wanted to speak, you can always do the city clerk's office and be in the early part to make sure that you get in. Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming. You guys have a good night. All right, with that, we're going to move over. We don't have anything in general business. So do we have an executive report this evening?
Only that I'm excited that we have a new Public Works Director. Her name is Maria DeAndrea, and she starts on June 2nd. So I'll make sure to bring her soon after she starts so you can all meet her and we can welcome Maria together. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that, that brings us to our council reports. Oh, see.
I move to adjourn.
You want to move to adjourn?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor to adjourn. Go ahead and cast your vote.
Some of you can't be trusted.
And that passes 10 yeses and 1 no, the no being Counselor Lowe, with a big old smile on his face. All right, everybody, meeting adjourned at 11:56 p.m.
Makes me glad, and the other one that makes me sad. When someday you want me, well, I'll be there, wait and see. Maybe, baby, I'll have you. Maybe, baby, you'll be true. Maybe, baby, I'll have you for me. Well, you are the one that makes me glad, and the other one that makes me sad. When someday